Hello there folks, welcome and welcome back. I'm Pxy-STREAM and we are continuing with the Pelvis rig, and I'm using action bound constraints, and this is the action. So these will have a lot of positionings for the extreme poses for the foot, right, and the leg, and so that would be with corrective armature deform methods. I'm combining many of these into automation with action bound constraint, and so here is what I'm working with. I believe the actions that I have here, the keyframes, maybe they are a bit I've done them incorrectly because the timing, or maybe a bit arbitrary. I didn't have this in mind exactly, so I started with this. Okay, a T-pose, then from a T-pose we get, okay, this is an in between, doesn't matter, sort of a breakdown, but it just to make motion of these bones circular. We can see that if I, for example, enable calculate bone path. Okay, this takes some time, but I just have one bone selected. Why does it? By the way, let's enable screencast here. So bone path, this is great for animation. Yeah, I come from 2D traditional animation, and so this is like, originally I thought that I would like ghosting, which is the like some onion skin for the mesh, right? But then I ended up finding out that, wait, for 3D this takes too much space. Oh, of course, it's all the keyframes for that bone. It's just, I just want this. So let's see, selected keys. Yes, I just want to show this forgot about that. Okay, just for this, I just want to show. Now I need to select the bone. Yeah, let's use this one. Selected keys, heads, yeah. So you see, this is circular. This is only circular because there is this breakdown keyframe. Otherwise, it becomes alright, maybe I was wrong. Or maybe because when I created the keyframe, it was straight, but then I created the breakdown, and now if I delete the breakdown, of course, the in-between frames, they will, which is strange because they don't count as, it's like there is an interpolation curve, actually two here, I have curves. Even when I delete this keyframe, yeah, it maintains. So you see the keyframe was deleted apparently, or maybe there's something else there. Yeah, whatever. I'm really not sure why, but I've made this. Yeah, means that I could totally delete this after I've made at, but it is likely that some other bones might have. Okay, maybe I'm conceptually mistaken about something, but I'm pretty sure when you start making the keyframes, they become straight line, and this is not good, right? Although for these corrective bones, this shouldn't pose a lot of trouble. It's more for other sort of animation, but if we can get them curved, although that should be the last thing I do, right? So what I think that could be corrected here is that okay, it's just not a remaking of so I have all these bones here already set, so as an output oriented automation. So I picked them on that keyframe, and then I decide that, well, they will be exactly on some position in world space, and that's an output oriented thing. Oh, I see a big artifact here. So hold on, let's see if there's some. Let's try to reset those things. No, there's really bad artifact there, so let's fix that. Maybe something about my last edition. Yeah, maybe while I was pushing the buttocks to the. Oh, maybe if I had the other side, I could play with so influence on the inverse side. Although this could be a bit dangerous, so let's just try to solve here. Yeah, and the problem here is that we need to look on multiple directions simultaneously, from multiple directions simultaneously. Otherwise, we don't have a good vision of what is happening. So let's bring this one to the side a little more. Yes, that seems there's this volume loss here, which is sort of, I want to solve it without having to push this, so maybe it will be oh, I see. Yeah, so maybe it's this rotation. Yeah, so okay, so there's really something very odd there that I was able. What is causing this, by the way? Okay, it's not this. This is the crotch. Yeah, so this is it. I cannot push that. It has too much influence in this area. Oh, I see. There's wrong. This should be good. So there might be some. These waves, yeah, they don't need to have perhaps all that influence. So let's try to. Yeah, this is. Oh, this is hips leverage. Okay, so maybe it just has too much influence over this lower part. Well, this is really not exactly maybe here, although it makes sense that. Okay, so this was not the buttocks bone, this was just the top, but it affects the some sort of. It affects this because I've expanded it into the gluteus medius here. Now it's a bit weird what it is doing, but okay, I shouldn't be pausing here, but okay, I've made some change to the waves. Maybe that will that will no, it just cannot be that much. So this is a problem after I've expanded its amount of waves in this region. So we see that from the diagonal. Of course, part of it is interpenetration, but with the belly, the torso, rotation can help. Now I have some, if I reset I have this, yeah. Okay, this is getting more complicated than it required to be. Let's see if I can improve the posing of that. Yes. This. Yeah, I was having problem with the geometry there. The smoothness and wave paint. Yeah, this area here is a mess. But this can be solved with other. It's not what I need here exactly. So I just figured there was something bad there. This really not. And yeah, it's really about these. All right. So let me think again. By the means of this rotation, maybe I can have some reduct. So it didn't appear as I push through here, then it starts to create that, improve that artifact, which is very, very bad. So, and then the shapes are really strange because, yeah, I started to get more waves into the buttocks. So I'm trying to solve multiple things with the same bone, right? So maybe it shouldn't really have waves there at all. Let's try again. Although it makes sense for me that it would have waves, but it doesn't need to leverage the... Oh yes, it's taking off waves, but very slightly. Let's take off these waves here. And even more, and the joint. Here I got it wrong. Okay, I'll fix that later. So for now, let's just, this will be still the face edge loops around the thigh. Okay, this is buttocks, so this is not something I fixed yet, so that's fine. And here probably at this point, yeah, so here I already want waves, so we've made, did we got all, let's see. Okay, so maybe it doesn't need to have all that influence. We're gonna make some blurring. Yes, so that will be, gonna blur all that, so it will take much, still can have this affect these waves, but it will be this mesh here, but it will be much less influence. And around here, let's see. Yeah, then it's questionable if we need that part there. Maybe not, yeah. Okay, just about here then, whatever. Yeah, the small waves doesn't, still taking wave from the crotch. Yeah, not good. Okay, so but it's I'm using it to okay, I can pause here, so let's see. Yeah, barely affect anything here, so that's mostly, that should be okay. So yeah, whatever, doesn't, just to have so here we got this loop, and I think that would be yeah, without having fixed there it's difficult to find, but I think it's, we've painted correctly. No, there's one vertex there that I want. Okay, so I can do that, and then okay, there's another pose, side bending that would help at the, okay, there we go. Finally, I forgot about the side bending. So here, yes, this could also take some, the nostril, though it won't do much. So I could also get some mix here, and let's see, Shift X, let's pick those waves, let's try to expand this into this area, and then let's try to blur that. Okay, but of course I'm not posing this part, so I was just fixing this loop here, trying to take off wrong waves. That could be too much for this corrective bone here. Leverage hips, so basically it's this, but it takes the gluteus, some part of the buttocks, and in my perception it should take some part of here, but apparently this was causing joint issues, or maybe it was just because I had too much. Okay, let's try this again. So at least I have fixed that. Let's go back to the pose that I was in. So basically we have here this pose. Okay, so it didn't solve, so it's still, well, it sort of improved. So if I just, no, it's nearly the same thing. I need to push this back in order for it to not cause that volume loss there. Oh, I remember what I did before. Yes, of course, I was messing around with pushing the entire thing down. Yeah, something like that. And by doing that, even derotating the group, I was able to reduce the interpenetration with the belly. Yeah, although this might be not necessarily to completely avoid. There is contact, and there should be contact. Oh yeah, so as I push this too high, this is bad, right? So alright, so because I've pushed it to the back, then this of course is not good. So okay, so this bone, oh yeah, so basically it was the whole set here that was a bit too displaced, and then yeah, it caused that. So it was myself that did that in trying to get a better overall look, and then I didn't realize that this thing was causing other problems. So this is dangerous. And so here, let's see, this is okay, where is it? Okay, here. So let's try to move this. Yeah, so here I have this problem that wasn't solved totally, even though I've created more mesh. I've changed the mesh topology in some way, and it still is causing problems. So let's reset this to see. Okay, so as it gets too far, maybe lacking influence, this bone. Sadly, I thought I had fixed that. So let's see here. So oh, we see these waves. This wave seems not very well blurred. The problem is that this will cause major rotations, derotations, but blurring should be good at this point. It's not like there weren't waves, they exist, they just were not smoothed out, so maybe this can help. So I'm not sure, it's not clear for me how much these bones should be affecting this from the upper thigh, which are derotators. They are fanny bones, and this is the fan bone, and these are fanny bones. Actually they are bendy bone splines also, so they are profile bendy bone splines derotating along this, and this derotates in relation to the thigh. So all this rotates as a block, and this derotation counters the artifact, the worst of the artifact. Then we just need to take waves from redistribute the waves of the upper thigh corrective. So these are upper thigh corrective bones, and the wave of this corrective stuff is distributed among them all around the thigh, so they have real strong influence to shape the upper thigh, even though maybe it is lacking some smoothness. So here, for example, as we get the buttocks near the thighs, it is likely I should perhaps have more influence so that I could avoid some, yeah, here, why not having the gluteus maximus to also have more a bit more influence on this, or change the influence how it was being doing. So maybe it could have a little more shared waves there, and so it might be then through that it could be easier to solve certain problems. Maybe here I don't really need, yeah, maybe I could take this off. So it's really complicated to really know what we need, because the rotations, there are too many things happening in this particular region. Okay, this is blocky, but it's better than before, at least for this pose. It seems that it can work, but I suspect that maybe the inverse thing is true. If I can sometimes blurring is very difficult. Alright, these helper bones, they usually shouldn't have too much strain, for otherwise they'll take too much. The lower spine is still having too much influence there too, unless in a sort of a necessary way, folks. So maybe, yeah, these are the oldest, the thigh bone and the yeah. So I didn't really revise this as I was. So there's an idea that perhaps the taking off waves from the, because the lower spine, it gives that, because it is straight, like, I mean, just as these bones, because they are not rotating like these ones, they give stability, let's say, like that, to this mesh. However, it might not be required for this to hold so much waves here, and even be blending waves with the buttocks. I think it is good to have, but maybe it doesn't. Yeah, now maybe I have too much influence of the hips, and here maybe it's just completely useless and detrimental, because I have other mechanisms to deal with that. For example, maybe the crotch bone could handle that, or maybe, yeah, maybe the belly, but the leverage belly, the buttocks leverage, maybe all these can handle these waves. So I can perhaps simplify this stuff, and yeah, so by taking waves from this region, I'm also saying that I'm granting waves to these other bones. So it's a trade. Maybe it's not very interesting, but because this area is so complex, this actually might be a good idea. So here the question is how until which is there a pattern here? Okay, I'm doing that because anyways these bones are doing, I mean, these bones are doing this job already, so taking waves on help. So if I pick these two, we have a lot of control here on the buttocks region, and if I pick this one, we have a lot of control over this, and the crotch here we have a lot of control here. I could perhaps expand this. It's not expanding very well, but yeah, whatever. We can revise that later. Okay, let's go around this. Don't know if that makes sense. It doesn't affect too much anyways, but and here maybe, yeah, why not? So this last up to this 5-star pole, and here let's clean this out. All right. Okay, so adjusting waves, so giving more waves to these bones. And let's, oh, forgot this, maybe. Yeah, maybe too much waves there on the lower region, not being able to blur that too much. Okay, that should work for now. And then let's go here. Okay, again, so let's see if we can get anything. If I reset these rotations, no. Oh, this lost some rotation. Okay, so we can should be careful about excessive rotations, because it's very easy to think that we are doing okay and then so I could check can't we have something like the gizmos here? Does the gizmo show how much we went about the rotations? Doesn't seem so. Yeah, so it doesn't seem that it gives the orientation, okay, but it doesn't actually seem to give the transform. So and even the transforms might not look very accurate. So for example, if I rotate on X, it might be difficult to visualize. Yeah, it goes towards negative. So here's a very slight amount, it's in radians, and here it's nearly -1, so that would be like, yeah, as it reaches negative 0.5 or 0.5, this is the halfway, it's 90 degrees rotation, and so it's that would destroy the mesh, that will cause artifacts. So usually this is an interesting reason why to use bendy bone splines, right, just as here, because of the smoothness that it confers. So I wasn't aware of this. Of course, by having bendy bone splines, because then if I need rotations, I'll have to more rotation, whatever rotation in whatever direction would cause critical artifacts of many kind. So interesting point. Of course it will mean that I have more stuff to handle, right? But I've already done, folks, profile bendy bone spline for buttocks, leverage bone. I already worked with that, so it's not new to me. I was just trying to use a normal, regular deformed bones because, well, let's make it simpler, right? But now I'm facing this kind of thing. I'm pretty sure if I had the control of a spline here, it will be just provide the spline is okay, is smart enough in terms of which profile. This is quite arbitrary, but there are some good ideas, folks. Basically, okay, if I were to do one bendy bone spline for the buttocks leverage, actually we could be smarter than that, and instead of having one spline for this bone, one spline for this bone, one spline for this bone, what I could actually do is make one spline connecting these two, and in this case this bone would perhaps start lower, one spline connecting, why not this one, and so you have two splines. We'll add just two extra how to say bendy bones, exactly, and these will become handles. So what I would do will be a fancy trick. So yeah, so let's get it starting from the back. I will okay, this is a sort of a tough decision because I was working around here, but then I'm starting to face these horrible shapes. Even though I've changed slightly the mesh topology, it's still happening, and I'm pretty sure that this is very stupid. It shouldn't be. It's not stupid, it's just complicated as it is. So if I make the rig slightly more complicated with more profile bendy bone splines, however, this would I believe it should solve this kind of things, which can reappear whenever I do the other parts of the action. So let's try and solve this now, folks. Let's so the action won't be helping here. I'll probably have to. Okay, so let's reset here. In order to, I'll make this become the okay, I need to be on edit mode. These will become the handles, but they are currently deformed bones. So I'll reuse their vertex groups, right? Deformed vertex groups. The repositioning of these splines will be important. So currently they should, I think they are parented too. Oh, they lost the parent, of course, because I've flipped them. This makes them lose the... Okay, no, not a problem. Let's go to here and reparent. Control P, keep offset. So this is the command torso. So that does this. All right. So their colors. Okay. I'll make this bigger. So but the color should be the same as this. I guess it's not a bad idea. I'll make them larger though, longer, more elongated, so larger in many ways. I could give this a control. Now they are gonna maintain the same as this color here, and this is this thing, right? Done. So I'm going to create a bone between this and... Okay, I need to hide that. Connect this to here, so create a bone here and create another bone here. So the orientation of these splines, okay, we Alt R first. I'm gonna, usually I point my strategy usually is to rotate the z-axis out towards the mesh, so it's like they are pointing outward, like okay, I could snap this to the... Yeah, can snap this to that. Alright, we can then align this, which will be bendy bone. We're gonna change their... Gonna make them maybe like that, and we're gonna give them some different colors. So that would be... I think I need to do that on pose mode. Default color, that would be for these ones. It's the chat is on the way, so it's in front. Is given this color, they'll become bendy bones. So we need the bendy bones here. Not too many, 6 should be enough here. Then this would be aligned to this to start with. Here we need some... So the question here is, how far do I place this? This will be a bit troubling because I'm not sure here where. Let's try this. It's like doing some moon shape here, something like that, following that sort of curve here. That should work. Many things will work anyways, but I want so it will have an important contour here to solve. And bendy bones have been improved from the rest position so it's okay. It's more okay now to get them on weird rotations from the rest position. Okay, so for the belly leverage, something like that should be fine. We are going to snap this to let's take this off, snap to vertex here, and then forgot to, yeah, okay, so just making sure, align here with this, and then here, and then here. And then what we need to do, of course, we need the bendy bone to take these names. We're gonna change the name, so let's do all at once. So basically we pick these two, we go to absolute or tangent, these multiply the bendy bone easy in channel to the local this is not scale. I think this is not important. Usually I see no difference at all. I think this is for special animations, so things regarding scaling is not exactly our matter here. We're not gonna approach these handles too close one to each other, so usually that won't be a problem for this kind of rig. So could be for mouth rigging, face rigging perhaps, but here I don't think this will be a problem. So we pick this will be the end handle, we paste here, and this will be the start handle, we place here. This will be the end handle for this bendy bone, and here it's start handle. Okay, so we see that this is very bizarre. Maybe we can augment slightly the amount of segments, but again this is not gonna be significant. It's just for how it looks more in this sense. Here we can make some adjustments. Maybe this is good. Okay, so this looks good curve already. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to change. I'm gonna pick this name. Oh, there is a problem. Yeah. The problem is that I will lose the hips leverage here. That means I'll have a okay, so let's do something crazy. So this will be maybe a spline in another direction, because this is clearly the belly leverage, this is clearly the buttocks leverage, but there's no, I had 3 deformed bones before, and now I should have only 2, and then even though this spline will move both of them, this and this, maybe this is not the control that I need, especially regarding this upper part, which was actually controlled by that. So this is a good idea to experiment this as a deformed bone. So we're gonna change its color to here. Let's change this to that. All right, and what that does is that I'm gonna pick this name, change it. Okay, we need to no, this is incorrect. So what I'm gonna do is that this will be control leverage belly. Okay, this will be control leverage. Okay, so these are the same, except that this will be def, and this will be def, and this will be the same. All right, so I'm gonna go on the vertex groups so that I can take waveframe mode, so that I can pick this one. There's no wave here, so I'm gonna depth lever, so I'm gonna go here and change this name to depth. So this will go, now it's here and not here anymore. And I'm gonna do same, not with this one, but do the same between these two. So it's here, we just change here, and now it is here. So this contains here, this contains here, so these are, and now we can already okay, there's still something missing, which is the stretch 2. Alright, so now why I can't, oh, there should be bone constraints here. Well, something, it's like they are locked except for this one. Could it be their bone constraints? No, okay, they are sort of locked. Something is locking them in place. I don't see what it is. They are, oh yeah, of course, I see, it's the bendy bone, so wrong parenting, it's disconnected bone and disconnected bone. Easy, but sometimes we are doing this for so long that we just eventually forget this the simplest thing, right? Because we are focused on other problems. So this should give belly leverage, and if the belly leverage, well, the hips also should leverage on one side, so this is fine. And then if the hips leverage, the buttocks, the butt cheek also leverage, and we have this sort of curve. So of course we are not seeing the results on a highly extreme pose of the leg, but this already, I think it's already smarter than the previous condition. So we work with posing this. This one will be perhaps a problem because it's not spline skinning this one, but in principle, if we, yeah, so sometimes some angles of course can get bad deformed, but I think this will happen too. So if I make 2 radical rotations, it looks safe, at least from this pose. So I'm gonna save here because this is a major change. So these bones still have the action bone constraints, but we'll have to probably reduce some of their posings. So if I go here, let's reset. Okay, this is already done. Then if we go, yeah, the in-betweens could get a bit crazy. Let's see now if we can, so maybe I should delete these in-betweens. They're just making things more confusing to start with. So here you see I've made tons of, let's simplify this because it's not helping right now. It's taking too much valuable place. So if I were to, you see that this is not working anymore. It should do instead some belly leverage. Okay, something like that. And probably we'd like to have it go a bit to the back. Another idea I had about this that could help us, that we, since we have a mirror modifier, we can actually do that, and so we can see, we have a better idea of the interpenetration. And currently the type has a lot of volume loss here, but currently we don't, there's not so much interpenetration, so this is interesting. Of course we pay a price for that, so let's try to, so this is not for the type, this is the just this is the belly leverage. Okay, let's try to get a good pose here. Then here's the hips leverage, so if I reset, I go here. So now I want to maybe exaggerate this a little. Alright, let's go back to this. So we have, so if I reset the rotation, nothing, if I reset the position, so it goes there. So yeah, we are pushing this forward and up. That's, and also to the side should be good. This might be a bit exaggerated. Yeah, this looks fine. Then finally, this is the reason why we did all that. So now this probably needs some revision, because now, yeah. So the power of spline skinning for smoothness, we're gonna visualize it right now. I want, yes. So it seems easier to solve the curves. Maybe something unexpected can happen. There are still some problems regarding the, but it does look like better. Yeah, I think it's much safer this way. So let's reset here. So let's see, do this. Is that happening because it's doubling, or is just, or it's just lag? No, it is doing that because it's doubling. Aha, I see. So how do I avoid this? Before original, split it, before original full. No. Aligned. No. After. No. After split channels. No. After aligned. Okay, no. Okay, so this is oh, that might be the reason why I was having some problem before, where, yeah. So So how the hell do we work that? So basically, yeah, so this is by default I get this. Yeah, so I'm having double. I thought this was leg, but it was not. It's double transform. So if I, so what I was doing is that I was with the action bone constraint, because here I'm the same action. This action perhaps should be outside of the action of the, how to say, the action where I visualize the deforms. No, this is contradictory. The problem is that the action bone constraint still is enabled on the same bone that appears in the action. So this might be when I'm in the action that for the corrective deforms, this should be turned off. But when I'm outside, this should be turned on. So the problem is that there's no really an automation for that, and so if I had to do this each time, it's really, there should be something else that I'm missing. We don't need that. This is old stuff. If I ever need that, it's input based stuff. We don't need that. Yeah, only this one. We after also because we have changed stuff here. So what I'm gonna do is that, okay, I'm turning that off so I don't. Same for these ones. Yeah, so this is why the result that I was having for the pose wasn't matching what I did here, because I was posing with this thing on, turned on. So I thought that I was doing exaggerated transforms. That would be fine, but I was doing less than what I needed. Yeah, this is pretty annoying. I don't know how to solve that in terms of efficiency, I mean. But alright, so this seems to be fine at least. So by having that turned on, then at least I can try to solve this. At least I'm not having those fake lag stuff. I thought that was lag, but it was just actually double action. This is the belly leverage system. Let's push back a little more up. Yeah, we can do these deforms, that's fine. And whatever. Then here, let's make sure we can move this like that. Yeah, we can do a lot of things. Let's reset. Yeah, just to compare. Here we could have some selected. Okay, so why do I have? Okay, first I think I don't need that. No, deleted the wrong one. So this is yeah, I'll pick that and have to repose all that. So yeah, this is all for later. So this is annoying because the idea is that to avoid more mistakes, this is to have the starting for each one of them, since it's all in the same action. Since I cannot split this in the same action, I can at least duplicate this to each. So before each extreme that I need, I want to have this. So actually I can, yeah, let's solve this because it's like fundamental. So let's get here. So this reset everything, fine. Let's go to another 30. Okay, 10, 20. Do I need to go that all these keyframes for that? I think this 10 keyframes, we can do that in 10. It's just a okay. So and then if you need an in between to be on 5, so here it's easier to do that. So we're gonna go back here, and then we're gonna copy this a lot. So it will be on 20. Oops. I need to get on 20. Yeah, no, this is taking too long. What is this? It's just another copy. Delete. Some bones are not moving. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna move this. So back to the original. So it's by 10. Okay, so here gonna do one here, Shift D, duplicate F, no, Shift D, F, then 60, Shift D, F. We need to validate the duplication, F, Shift D, F. There should be a better way to do that, but for now, how many of these do I need? I don't know, so just gonna do maybe this. No, I think maybe one more. Shift D, F, that. Okay, so snap that. Now I need to get something in the middle, so it will be okay. We don't need that. What is this? We don't need this moving up. Okay, this is an extreme. This is the back bending. We absolutely want it here. So there we go. Then the side bending, which was, so sometimes I did correctly, sometimes not, and so this is bad. So okay, so here for example, yeah, so why I have 2, I don't need 2 for this, so let's get the side bending here. Oh yeah, I select, then I go on the 50F, there it is. Then we, what's next? Oh, inner bending, okay. I think this was in the beginning, yeah, this one, although it's with the interpenetration doesn't matter, but this idea is clear. 70F. Okay, now they are the diagonals, so except that this is front, we don't need that, we need that. We can also revise this once. Didn't we have this already? I think we had, so oh yeah, it was like a repetition because the leg is crossing. Okay, so how it organized? Let's say the leg. maybe I could redo this. So inwards up, but this is not up. I'm gonna delete this, too confusing. So this is okay, inward up. This is inward back, but it's in between. All right. Then we have, okay, this diagonal. This is an in-between. This is the right one, so I keep that. This I'm gonna delete. This is again a repetition of the side bending, sort of. This is the sort of the diagonal up, so it's not really. I'm gonna just change that. Okay, so delete both here, and then here this is useless now, and this is useless now. So we have these. Okay, so we're organizing by order of importance. So we get this here, this diagonal up. It's the up and not the side that is usually problematic. So with this one I can, so this will come straight from a T-pose, right? And so same here, this would come straight from a T-pose. And let me make some adjustments here. It's okay, it's not too bad, but we can make this. Let's reset the foot here. We can try to make this pose more interesting to look at. So diagonal. More bending up. Yeah, like a ballerina. So not this is necessarily what they do, but yeah, let's skip this some yeah, good. And of course here we can bend the leg a little more, so this is very exaggerated. Maybe this can go here. All right. And same here, let's see if we can do anything about this. Maybe. Alright, that seems good to be solved. And right, so we still have two remaining here, so that will be front inner bending. It's like it's very hard this pose, so it's not. I had this as a last idea. Maybe it's so close to others. I think we can skip. I can test this pose as I doing the rig, so I think it will be too exaggerated. So here just delete this and this, and we end up with 180. Let's retime this interval. Okay, so now I have save. I have my action bone constraints now for all these. They are okay, they are disabled, but I'll have to change here this already goes from. Oh, I cannot change that because, well, no, I can, yes. Okay, so this is just for the first interval. That means they will have an action bone constraint for each of these. Is that it? So instead of having a lot of actions, I have a single action for that will time differently here. So I hate having this kind of lists here, so long enough, and especially for actions, which I think might be better for to have other more interesting things here than corrective stuff, right? So yeah, helper, bone, corrective, whatever. This should be it. And I think the action they for some reason I thought I saw Blender symmetrizing the action itself because there's symmetry in the armature, so this is interesting. If this, I think it's true. Alright folks, so now that consumed a lot of time, but at least we are making this, because there's not a real tutorial for this. At least I've never seen a tutorial that will cover this particular problematic. I think folks that do this don't have time for making this kind of tutorial. It's also very annoying, time consuming anyways. Lots of things can go wrong. So here, let's repose these things. Here we can so here we're having some, despite the fact these are bendy bone spline, we can still have problems with the curves, the way the mesh is being curved, but after the change I've made, I just need to make some adaptations, and I think it will be fine. Here so this is the mesh that I have made subdivisions. Is it possible that the waves there are a bit wrong for this trigon? The thigh, yeah, so the thigh bone maybe I think I have done the inverse here, but I don't know. Let's add this. I think it makes sense. It will be countered by the derotation. So, and I'll take off some waves there. This could be dangerous to have them, because I don't have derotations on that region. Or if I have, I am not sure how they are working. So let's take off some waves here from the thigh. Take off waves here. And let's just end up this with some blurring there. Okay, I have a side bending. It's sometimes the best one to address some waves. Yeah, so you see it's very brutal after this change. However, maybe I can solve this with other inputs. So that means I don't. This is why blended waves can be relevant. Maybe I do a last blended waves, just a last one. So this will be blend between this cyan color to this, and so this can't be too bad. Okay, something like that, and we see it's still not good, but this is because the side bending anyways wasn't solved in any ways. We can address this by the rotators and whatever. If I okay, not trying, just trying. Yeah, so this is the hips, but if we get all that, yeah, then we can do something. If we picked, I think this one is the most important. Yeah, so it's relational, but yeah, this one really good for shaping that region. Okay, so yeah, here we'll also, this also should help the crotch, but it shouldn't be. Okay, so I shouldn't be posing anything here. We are not on this step yet. Okay, this looks reliable, and no, there is critical joint here. So by pushing this, yeah, so we have still the same problem here. This is horrible. Can it be seen? Yes, it can. I cannot hide that. So this relates again to the approximation of this mesh to this one. So if I push this forward, sort of can avoid that a little. So how we move this as a block? Like that. So this rotation is bad, so it's like as I needed more derotation. No, it's not about the derotation, something. Whatever I do, it's very hard to, as I push this, I see. So how come I'm getting this something? This is the form. Oh, they are stacking. Okay, there are no waves here, so no, these aren't doing anything. It looks like I'm missing a deformed bone. Something is going critical there. This never occurred so far, so I'm not sure where are these deformed bones. These are just mappers. Well, I have changed the waves of the thigh, but let's see. So maybe that was prohibited to be done. Now these bones, they are derotating. Maybe there's nothing to derotate since I've taken waves from here, right? So that might have been a huge mistake. The thigh bone, we cannot take that, we need the waves from there, right? So we can make we can sort of attempt to, yeah, too complicated. So I'm very far if this continues like that with from what would be an elegant solution to this. Yeah, okay, so we start to see that this was actually relevant, very relevant. We need something like, yeah, let's skip that. What? Why does this add? No, I want mix. Okay, let's try this and see. This was more or less what I had. So there are more waves on the from the torso, on the torso, for more blended waves, right? So let's check this. So is that correct? Well, it's still happening, but it looks like it got improved. Let's try to take off. Yeah, indeed. See, now we don't have the volume loss there. So it's like, it's counterintuitive, but the idea is that as the thigh gets more invasive on the torso, because we have a corrective system for these rotations somehow, we are expected to have this influence here from the thigh. Not too high, of course, but it cannot be. We need that influence so to create the proper interaction. And it's very hard to be certain, because it's a relative thing, right? There are things that we can say are more like absolute, like or at least a rule of thumb, but for example, usually as a rule of thumb, we want blended waves for this stuff on organic rigging, but even sometimes there are contradictions regarding that, depending on the approach we are doing. So here, could it be that with more influence on the buttocks here, we could have better, less strange deform, because here the back of the leg, it merges with the butt cheek, so it's very complicated. More complicated on the back bending of the leg, but on the side bend, in the front bending, we sometimes, as we see here, there still can be strange happenings. And no matter how much I blur that, it doesn't seem to solve it. Of course, this relates to other blended waves. And I continue to have something horrible there, which so something happened on my rig that, oh, of course, then relational thing. Remember that I took waves from the upper thigh, the joint upper thigh, from the torso, and that was a mistake too. So we need waves here also. This is why I had this, I just forgot. So how important these things were, even though it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So if I have this, yeah, not as I'm doing, but if I have more waves from the torso, this would tend to stabilize the upper thigh. Of course, because in this case I have already countering effects, you see. Now we're back to, so this is it, blended waves between the thigh and the hips. We should have them, but then we have the fan bone and fanny bones, whatever, the fan bone system, advanced systems, that will derotate. So we need these crazy blended waves, which are responsible between these two bones to creating the worst artifacts on the complex region. However, we need these blended waves in order to be able to use the advanced bones fan bone system properly. Otherwise, it's like I've created a bazooka. I'm using a bazooka to solve an ant problem, and of course it doesn't work. Maybe the analogy was not good, but yeah, so very important. I thought it was useless, but actually it was fundamental. So let's even get here the maximum waves as before, I think, so in this region, because this is detrimental. It's fundamental too. And yeah, for the crotch region, whatever, let's do the blended waves things. Yeah, and so all that. Okay, no, I'm going to sustain this idea. So yeah, so back and forth, folks. I've made some mistakes there, thinking that I was being smart on that, but no. Stuff is quite complicated, even to explain or to everything. So here, should I get this as a very strong waves here? I think, yeah, this is good. So yeah, without these waves, this thing starts to get far from the torso, and this is not good. Now I think I'm exaggerating a little too much, so maybe here, yeah, let's start using blended waves here, and let's go up to here, right? That should be fine. Not sure if this should be in that color, but at least here we start some blending process. And so here you have this green color, grass color, right? And here we have, yeah, why not? I think this is cyan color. It's a bit too much maybe, but it's the area of derotation of the, right? So it still might be good. I need to investigate the front bend because it's what we have already. All right. So back to normal, sort of. I've just destroyed partially, temporarily, what I had. No, but it's still, of course, here I have to rework on some setups and see what I can get. Okay, from the inside we can see there are some problems, but from the side view it seems to be mostly okay. So this is probably one of the, this rotation of this bone, maybe it's relevant to that artifact. Let's see. Oh, I'm rotating on pivot point. Let's change that. Okay, now this doesn't seem to have much power here, so maybe this could be changed. What about this one? Okay, this also doesn't have power to hold that, but it seems to be too much stretched up. Let's see. If I place it here, I can sort of hide the artifact or collapse it. It could be that some waves there. Okay, this seems to help the positioning of this. And here we are starting to have similar problems despite of smoothness. I think it was worse before, but it's not like I had a large improvement. Yeah, significant improvement. Alright, so let's try this just for a moment. Oh yeah, we can do that. We can't do that, right? What about this? We could do that, right? So pushing backward, it doesn't work. We can use these blue bones there to know where the... So I would like to have perhaps the type here. No, not. So I need to displace it slightly forward. Why not? We see that it's still moving back, moving downward. Yeah, I can still see something there, but basically that major rotation was very helpful, and all the minor adjustments. Here, can we, let's see, from front view, yeah, maybe we need to push this. Still not good, so that shape there from a certain angle it looks pretty bad, but mostly it seems to be okay. So let's consider this is done. Oh, just I want to do other stuff, right? Yeah, let's... Okay, remember that if I push this up, so no, up is fine, but it should not do is push this forward, though here oh, maybe I can do that, push it to the side and do something like that. Yeah. Rotations can be very helpful sometimes for minute things that make a lot of difference, right? So maybe this here too will give some more roundness to the... Okay, alright folks. Oh, and I got this... Alright, so I think I was working on the wrong... Well, it was only one keyframe, so this must be the correct one. Yes, okay, so this seems correct. Let's go to the next one now. What is master leg? Okay, this is fine. This is... It's just the master leg. Can this be pinned? Can we pin this to top? Shift page up. Oh, we can. I didn't know about that. Okay, that's Blender UI usually. Okay, so these, then at least for this action, I think so. This move up, then master leg. Okay, let's so shift page up, right? And just to move up, page up and page up. Very easy. Shift page up to maximize it. Okay, so pole. This is shift and then down. This is like secondary. I don't need it anymore because I found a mistake that I was doing on my rig. Why the I'm gonna show it right now. Why my leg was not rotating correctly, so it was very crazy alignment with, so leave out the action. So what was happening to the is it was that I had the mechanism rig and the deform rig and the control rig, and so what was happening is that because of how my rig was made, in a double sense. In the first sense, because the deformed chain is for F key is not the same as the mechanism chain for the I key. So I could have a target chain that organized, but I don't have that plan for the future. But for this rig, it's not required. It's working. So I have this splitting already, and they are, you see, they don't start on the same rest position. So but the way they go back here, the way this goes to match this is not true, because of the way this rig is done. Was not made through some sort of copy transforms, otherwise that would ruin the rig. So if because the position were not matching, and sometimes it's a cool thing to do, because then we can have a straight or nearly straight, except for the side view, right? See, there's the small bending of the mechanism chain here, but only on this orientation, because otherwise it's full straight, and this gives the simplest inputs for the simplest setup for I-key bone constraint or I-key feature inverse kinematics. And so because I have these splitted chains, and because also the way the rig is done, I could not put a copy transforms to this bone, the deform type, to the mechanism type. I needed to do this, and so because they are not starting from the same orientation, as I had the leg go up, the thigh kept its orientation as it also went up, and so I had to create this thigh reference to have so it's a copy just a copy rotation for the thigh, so it will have this, so it's not copy transform, it's just, and this is a copy rotation for the knee, wait, it's adding, so this is just if I want extra control, I can do this, right? But so the idea behind this rig and why this was causing problem was because I couldn't use copy transform, so I couldn't. So now I can do this, and also, so this is real splitting. So it's not just splitted chains here; it's splitted chains here manually. So I can do this with this joint and also with the foot. I have this rig on Gumroad. You can download for free, or and the point of this is that we can do F key at the same time of I key. But then I've just found another cool trick. Let me show this. I can pin joints in different ways, so I haven't tried with the leg yet, but there's a certain bone constraint which is crazy. Wait, don't I have it here? Oh yes, it is here. No? Oh, pin knee, I have. So pin knee from the hips. So this is kind of, okay, let's reset here. I'm not sure exactly how this will work in animation, but it's a local with parent. Oh, maybe something. Okay, so maybe it's not working here for some reason. Let's try. Okay, so maybe for the leg it is not. It needs more. Maybe it has some limitation. But here it's sort of worked, unless yeah, they're just. These I need to, it's because of these things which serve other purpose, but yeah, yeah, so it cannot, but at least it doesn't do that. It's more like the outer one that, yeah, it's being pushed, so maybe I could, okay, let's leave this out. So now it's glued in workspace, but from, it's something about local with parent, right? So for some reason, so what's the parent of that? Mechanism per arm, okay, and the parent of this is mechanism 5, okay, so they are equivalent, but of course the rig might differ in other aspects, arm and leg. So for some reason, influence local with parent, yeah, there's no target for this, it goes in the end. And so by having this I can pose like, I mean like that, right? So I have, yeah, it's there are some bad things, but then I can totally pin the and I can, oh, started to happen on the on these two. Okay, so it seems it has something to do with the yeah, so we can have this, and technically even the I key is being even the I key bone constraint cannot counter this thing. So this is completely crazy. I never knew about that. So we could all the rig that I've done, technically it seems to be animatable in this way. We can just limit location and then yes, and if for some reason these things go crazy, there's another setup. We can do this on world space. The problem is that I'll need to get the world space data to an exact location, which can be complicated because I'll have to always adapt, right? Unless I could find the yes, it's I know this. Yeah, so for example, let me put this here. Yeah, so they need to match apparently something like here, right? Okay. And I don't know what's happening there, but okay, because the position is completely wrong, but yeah, so we can use that on world space, but then we need this adaptation, which is bad. So this is why well, what can it be local space then? And then for some reason when it is on local space limit, okay, it doesn't move, but the I key and the F key, they all affect it. So I don't know why. And then as I use local with parent, the parent is the mechanism type, so technically it's using the the owner bone of this bone constraint is just using the axis of the other, but it does a completely different thing. Could be a bug, but it's like favorable. It is like crazy that it works like that, right? I just don't understand why. And so because this is very odd. Oh, by the way, sure, why not? We could have this same thing on, yeah, you see. So I thought that, well, maybe this we can pin these two, right? So why not? Okay, so I need to keep that. Then let's get here. Okay, so it's pin local with parent. Yeah, it's pinned exactly. So yes, I can push this because of some, and so I can do the same here. So and now let's see. Yes. Yeah, the mesh is moving because maybe I need to enable this. So just something happened that so I can have pinned stuff just through a single bone constraint, but that way. And then okay, I can probably keyframe that and that's it. So crazy, right, folks? There's no tutorial about this. No one knows about this, I think. No, there should. It's not very practical, but technically, you need to pin an elbow for. This is ridiculous. You just time this out. Look at what it does, right? So. Because when I found this when I was trying to pin the, okay, I was able to do this already through my rig, but I wasn't really able to pin down this from the torso or the shoulder, right? So same for the leg. This bone wasn't enough. I needed to, because I had this bone, okay, I need to pin down this bone even from the the major structures. But how can that be done? Well, then I said, well, maybe I need to lock this bone in place, right? And actually, maybe this is just working this way because of the system that I have. This I need to try out. I think not. But the curious thing is that I'm using this on on particularly this rig, and I have these special bones. I didn't I needed to try this on a more conventional rig and see what it does. Okay, I'm gonna save this, even though I didn't destroy anything, I guess. So what if I did that to the, let's try to do to the mechanism bone, right, folks? Just a little question here. Now I'm intrigued by this thing, so let's get the mechanism bone manager here. I can pin here. Okay, this is how it was. So great. Mechanism. Let's try only with the, not physics, they were all hidden for some reason. Okay, so let's try to add after the Ike bone constraint. Let's add this same, no, let's not add, let's just copy. Where is my control rig? It's here. So Control C. No. Is it like this? Copy. No, I think it's like this. Copy selected constraint. Limit pin. Yeah, limit location. Pin elbow from shoulder, but actually it pins from everything else. So here I'm trying to mimic the Ike chain is the most similar thing that I have from the original rig. So technically, if I pin this down, the parent of this mechanism chain, of course, is a chain. It's probably most certainly the upper arm. No. Here, mechanism upper arm. Oh, exactly. So this means that, aha, did I enable it? Yes, and it's after the Ike bone constraint. And it doesn't do the job. But if I get a workspace, no. Aha, so it is not strong enough. Local with parent, no. Local, no. Pose space, no. What if I give custom space? No, it's just too strong. The Ike overlaps it, so it doesn't seem to work anyhow. So it's not doing its job. So maybe that's why nobody tried that. It just doesn't seem to work as expected. It like it need a splitting. It doesn't make sense though. But I just don't understand. But it works. On my rig it works, but here another thing I could try is from the deform chain. So if I go on here on the deform chain, because here it's not affected by a copy by the whatever. It's not immediately affected by the inverse kinematics. We got a copy from local, okay, but before let's just check Why is that thing here? I'm not even sure this is being used. Okay, so you have this. Let's check the parent. His upper arm, okay, the deformed, so it's a chain indeed. Okay, but it doesn't seem to. Oh, it looks like pinned. Yeah, it is pinned on local space of the. Oh, because the parent. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. The parent here is the same. Okay, so it doesn't work on the same bone of the chin, but it works of the Aiki chin. But if there's another chain, then it will get pinned down to that. So here, a local space, so its own space, but it doesn't lock. But it did when we did that. See, it doesn't, the axis stays in the same spot, even though I'm changing all that. But it's not what I want, so let's try custom space, and let's again select this and armature and copy that. Nope, it doesn't seem to respect that. What about this one? Let's just see this. No, also not. So curious thing, what about world space? So let's pick that. Can I copy? Yeah, I'd like to copy everything all at once, but I don't seem to have this power here. Let's see some variation. Copy full path. Yeah, no, this is not this rate. And paste full. No, this is for drivers, I think, so it's not relevant. So of course, this is world space that we need. And let's check now. Yeah, the deformed bone stays there, but because this doesn't, yeah, and then it creates some problems, because this is, there is it's disconnected, but even if it was connected, yeah, then it will fail. And of course it creates, but it doesn't lock the, yeah, whatever I do, it doesn't seem to lock this thing. So for some reason, the way I've done with my rig, it has power over the Aiki chain. This is insane. I never so by just enable that, there you go, and there you go. So yeah, technically this can work on any bone if it can counter the most radical and the highest in hierarchy stuff, right? This is really powerful. So but it requires some sort of rig splitting. So this requires investigation. It's a very cool finding through the experimentation. So I need to share this idea in some more organized way. Maybe I do the rig that I do here from scratch on this character. This requires some mapping, and then I develop this thing and show what it can do. Like I showed this in the beginning, and then I show how. Yeah, that could be quite crazy. All right. So now that I've been doing this for a while, I need to perhaps take a break. But let's do a last one of this pose, right? As I was doing the action bone constraint things. So let's say the front bending is fine, then I took time to explain something, and then let's solve the back bending, right? Because there's a long time I was to do that in a correct manner. So first things, let's solve the buttocks. This is the hips leverage, but it leverages the upper part of the buttocks. So there's the gluteus medius there. We can do that perhaps. Yeah, must be careful not to exaggerate here. So here is certainly we want lot of change here. And so here we're gonna see how good or bad this thing is for this part of the mesh. So here we could play with this bone too. Maybe yeah, there's some symmetry, right? If the buttocks go, should it bring up the belly or bring down? In terms of deforms, it looks better if it goes down. So sometimes rigging needs to be unnatural like that. So right here we see that the buttocks leverage is not solving by itself. It's normal. It shouldn't solve by itself because we still have to solve things for the, and some of this creasing here, creasing is not necessarily unnatural. It happens, but of course should not happen due to arbitrary artifacts. It should happen in a way that we can control, which is currently not exactly the case. Yeah, so let's push this to the side and more rotations here. So I'm gonna see how we can address this. Of course, I know that a lot has to do with how we're gonna handle these bones. Aha! So we're gonna push all this stuff away from the buttocks, away from the torso, and this will give some good development on the yeah, so this will be more derotation, but I'm doing here a de-derotation. So for maybe this derotation from the mechanism is too much for the back bending, so that's okay. I can still, from that same amount of derotation, I can get these ones. Let's reset their rotations, reset their locations, push this back. Okay, so first push back. Now along these some axis. Now let's go this in the center. De-derotate, right? Whatever is good looks better for the shape. We must be careful also not to create some changes that will be too bizarre, right, for the organization of the bendy bones splines, because if that's the case, we could expect some problems of animation. So here shouldn't push this that way. Maybe I should. Yeah, so I'm not sure how to handle that exactly. and we see there's, yeah, so this trigon, this part is creating some challenge here. We should remake this mesh topology. I don't have an idea right now to, it's something around the buttocks, but then I do that later. It's not, it's just yeah, we see the trigon is on that particular region. Maybe I should have gone not made this trigon right here, right? Maybe I should kept this thing until, I don't know, until here, right? Where the mesh is still further away from the artifacts, right, folks? So something like that. Yeah, apparently that helped. Yeah, so very important, but it's not so good idea to avoid strange mesh geometry around near the critical, the danger zone, right? I mean the zone where we need to fight off the artifacts, the crazy artifacts. Some bulging here that I dislike, that I'm not sure, maybe it's because these bones weren't symmetrized. Let's do this right now. So symmetrized. My Blender crashed. Let's open that again. Maybe, no, I don't think it has to do with the actions being open. No, it's crashing because, okay, let's be more cautious here. So I'm gonna turn this off. I'm not gonna check all the possibilities, so take off stuff relating to animation. Symmetry. Okay, now it seems to deform leverage. Okay, it's like something. Okay, I see it here. Where are these? Where is this? And where is this? They are new leverage. Oh yes, yes. Okay, so let's move all this to Alt M, new leverage. Oh, yeah, I add to that, but take off from here. No, add here. Okay, that's it. So let's also save and resymmetrize here, because now the colors don't follow for some reason. Something about this version of Blender, I don't understand. Oh, maybe bone color doesn't symmetrize because we want left and right stuff. So maybe some improvement because of left and right color. Sometimes we don't want to symmetrize all the time, so that's why. But there should be an option for that. Oh, let's try that. So if I think if I go here, No, there's no option here, so okay, I don't understand, but the important thing is that we got that symmetrized, and the bulging that I was seeing, that is no more apparently, so that was okay, good. Then I need to, you see, in principle the back bending of the leg is nearly solved with very simple developments on the automation, on the corrective bones. Still a little problem here. I need to find out how to smooth that out properly. Maybe a corrective smooth can solve that critical area. Yes, I haven't tried to combine the that modifier after so long, after having played with the fan bone, so let's see if we could do that. But first I want to, oh, something strange about the mesh there. Anyways, let's see what I need to do here. Alright, so I'm going back here on the action, and I'm going to see what we can do manually on these bones. Yeah, pushing that, this is good. This seems to help, at least on the inner part. Pushing this up can help the need vision on many directions. This one at this point should be very important, yes. Let's rotate here, give some mass here, volume here. Can this, should this be pushed? No, this maybe needs to be here, so that this can leverage even more. The rotation here seems to be a problem. Small difficulty here with the, and also the problem is that, okay, I'm not even, okay, good that I was not recording, because I was doing bad things. So and the wrong frame, right? So here let's try this. Okay, so the idea, we can push this here. As a question. Here maybe some smooth waves would be required. Let's reset the position here. Let's try to redo this. Okay, this rotations seems good. Then here, yeah, maybe this bone requires, of course, if I change the weights here, it will change on the other, so I must be very careful here. But yeah, so I wouldn't like to address this modifier just because of some few mesh areas that are not smooth enough. So here we can see what's happening. There's some difficulty in this to smooth out oh, this rotation, this is interesting. Yeah, so maybe this bone can have also some blended waves, stronger blended waves towards the top, so it can smooth out this. So this is dangerous because it will mean that will be affecting yeah, the other part. But if it's a smoothing out question, then I believe, yeah, it should be okay. It will take some waves from the other, but it should smooth out some of the problems. Okay, so far I'm having difficulties in this. Smoothing out also can be relevant here. Maybe just as the torso, oh I see, maybe just as the torso they should have, because the torso is not, the lower spine is not rotating, maybe they should have actually waves taken from the, yeah, so that they will work together with the thigh instead of, just like the fanny bones here are working together here with the major mechanism fan bone for the derotation, the thigh, I mean all these should work together with the torsion. So if they have some influence, they should, just as here, these bones that are static vertically in this test, right, of leg bending, at least the test, they should have this kind of influence, right? And it has, but it's just too low. Oh, I just forgot. Yeah, there's another bone here. Yes, of course. So maybe here we'll have to. Yeah, this is a bit dangerous, but let's try to. Yeah, blended waves, right? Let's try to. Here, so maybe we are lacking this kind of input here, more proactive. Yeah, so conceptually this can be very complicated, and I'm still trying to figure out. So I believe this is accurate. The only problem here is that this extra bone, which I think cannot be the same of the. Okay, we can smooth this out. I think this is safe. Probably we need to have this sort of expansion, just as the torso had expanded here, and that works. These static bones, because they don't derotate along with this, so they need to have this kind of influence. Yeah, it go one more. Even this is very slight, but yeah, one more. So you can play with this. What about the belly? Oh, here also one more. So whatever it is, its limit. Yeah, somewhere about here. Alright, then we go back on the pose. And did that help this thing? I'm not sure, but something changed certainly, but it's might be okay. So here we just can't, some strange things. I rotated too much, so even this, we need to be careful though about some rotation, also because I'm on preserve volume. No, that seems to have helped. Yeah, this seems to, I still see something there, but apparently we got it to work. Or not. The bone here is in front. Yeah, it's not perfect. Maybe it would be the case to have the maybe more work with that, right? So, but it could be the case of the other thing that I've mentioned, but even that sometimes is not good enough. So the object modifier, the corrective smooth stuff, yeah, I was already once or twice successful at smoothing out particularly this region, but it's like, oh, it's magicful, it works, but no, it doesn't always work. It's very hard to get it to, wait, no, I don't have the on cage. So yeah, making this change here is a bit dangerous, so I don't know why I'm doing that. Just a redistribution of the vertices along the faces. Maybe that can help some. Okay, but the big part is sort of solved, right? We got the shapes mostly good for the back bending, right? So it's not like, oh, it's not working. No, it is working, but then we have some things that are annoying, right? So maybe it's simpler to solve than I'm doing, but I sense there's something very bad about it. It could be that this deformed bone is just stupid, right? Let's see. And it's just adding complication to the rig. No, there's definitely something wrong about this vertex, this edge here, and it might have something to do with the torso and the thigh influence over there. So okay, so here it was connected. So let's check this out. It will be a bit difficult to so first there's something about the mesh topology there. Probably there are some concurring waves exactly here. So you see the mesh topology here is nothing special, just chess here. So this is smooth. So it's not about these two bones. What about the belly? No waves here. So what about the thigh? You see it starts to might be not smooth enough here all along this region. We must be careful here because alright, so yeah, and here we have starting to have some change in the mesh topology. So, but yeah, it doesn't seems it could be smoother, and so we try to handle that. And then there is this one. Well, it's completely red. Maybe here we can try to smooth this, but it won't solve that. So this is not about the so much about the type it's before, and this is ugly, so let's try to take off. Maybe there's some interaction here that is bad with the rotation of the type, so let's try to reduce this. Even very strange that very low waves cause all this. Well, it's a very high rotation at the same time of the type, so not really surprising. Okay, but very low waves won't make that. Alright, and then of course I cannot forget there's also these bones, the fanny bones, that maybe are not, yeah, here, see, not smooth, because they control huge amount. Look, it's red, right? So, and I did that, when I wave painted them, I went a bit perhaps too mechanical about them. And now that the type goes there, right, they have the right to expand too. So maybe that is something that I missed. So maybe I need to, yeah, blur more, so, and yeah, it's more strain. Let's make these corrective bones have way more, yeah, let's make them more organic. So that their derotation will combine with the derotation, well, with the rotation of the type. So don't be shy. And so this is a mindset that I didn't have exactly the way I'm doing here. That if we are derotating, well, make all derotate together, right? And so here particularly we might have to expand this. Yeah, this is difficult. Yeah, here we reach the middle. I find this is dangerous, but let's try. If we find something, I just take off the center. Yeah, usually I know this should be bad when we analyze when we try to oppose both legs, but this is a test that I'll do later, so I'll simplify now. Let's just do that. Maybe it doesn't do, but unlikely. Bendy bones, when they reach the mirror, they get crazy stuff to happen. There are very specific conditions to do that, so this is probably a mistake. If that was a mistake, then this is also a mistake. Okay, I won't bother with that because this is a middle part problem. what I need here is to continue blurring. Yeah. So don't mind the rotation power. Just keep getting those influences, and yeah, so here maybe I need all that, even though it was not the front part that was bothering me. Yeah, let's get that, whatever. So more power to the fan bones here. This, yes. Let's see. Yeah, say the lower nostril, whatever. Some more blur here. And this is some part there. Should it get... No, it doesn't require to get the front part. Okay, we can keep those things black. Some part at least. Yeah, I was doing this one. Yeah, and then this, I think we are made the full circle here. Let's save, and yeah, this one, let's get a lot of blurring there. Maybe I've exaggerated there on the top. I don't want to have this extrapolation. It confuses. It looks badly waved, right? So I carelessly waved, right? So yeah, apparently there's Alright, so with this I think this is also a mistake. No, I mean blur, not something else. Alright, let's go back to the bones now, and let's see if that didn't destroy anything here too much. No, it doesn't seem to have changed much here. Maybe it's even better in terms of smoothness. Here, okay, apparently this didn't solve anything. It's regarding that, which is strange, but at the same time not surprising, because yeah, this area of the buttocks has too many interactions, so it's really bizarre. See, this is probably because the bendy bones are I've reached the center of the mesh, and then it starts to get crazy. We could try to solve just that way, but then this doesn't guarantee that the animation would look fine. So right now I really don't really get it. Maybe it's just the mesh topology that is really insufficient to help in that. I thought it was good enough, but actually it could be not the case. So just as the other case, I was having mesh topology issues, maybe this time is the same thing. So it's hard to visualize what is the mesh that was. Alright, so these doubles here, yeah, so this they start to get in like that, right? So let's see on it's not the whole face loop, it's the something about yeah, this, I see. So this is an old face loop. It sounds stupid. Actually, this one that goes to the trigon, right? So why do I have this, right? If I did that, simplification, of course, this will have a price, but why have lots of subdivisions if the mesh topology? So this angle here is bad, maybe. So the shapes and the deforms, even with less geometry, yeah, this is old. This maybe this is not a good idea. There are a lot of ideas for cool ideas for the buttocks region, and so this is maybe just not good enough for what I'm trying to do. So it might take some time until I figure out the mesh topology. I need some reference also, but yeah, it plays a very special role. Sometimes it's really irrelevant. Whatever we do in mesh topology just don't work. So sometimes it's overrated, but sometimes it can play a crucial role. So in this case, that should be one in which a more consistent mesh topology here could completely neutralize small deformity. So this could be very valuable. So it cannot be ignored. Yeah, it cannot be overrated, but it cannot be ignored. So let's try this. So I've made that this face loop is more, it doesn't have that so pointy thing. Another question is that this star will go inside, while this will tend to go outside. And maybe I needed to expand this thing to some different area, and this could be made out of more geometry, or no, a different mesh topology here, most likely. Let's go back here, and I still see the problem, but it seems to have smoothed out a little, so that kind of helped. but it still happens. So I believe it's a mesh topology problem here. That, I mean, there are other problems, but what I mean is that I think if I adapted the mesh topology, I could fix that right away, or at least improve it a lot. It already showed some slight improvements, so, and I didn't go anything very radical, so again, if I turn this off, the problems persist. So it's not something about, again, this particular deformed bone, but it could be a bad idea because of the awkwardness that it creates, but it doesn't seem the culprit. Okay, so pushing this here could be helpful. The way these bones are also wave painted can also be something that is making it difficult to split the mesh here. So that means that if I had a third spline here, maybe I could have a better control. Or let's reassess this. So here probably I would try to take off this. It's annoying me at this point, and I think this was stupid, since I knew that this can cause problem. So let's go back a side bending and fix that. Because now I'm seeing, besides the other problems that I have, I'm seeing weird things all the time. So, although here I didn't bother about this, so, but maybe I wasn't just aware enough. So let's just delete that middle part. And hello, Commander Cool, welcome. Strange stream, to be honest. Oh yeah, welcome here anyways. Actually, this is not for porn. This is, if that's what you mean, this is just rigging 3D cartoon characters, organic rigging in Blender. If you know a little about organic rigging, you know it's very difficult. It can be very hard, especially certain things like this thing that I'm doing here, complex joint I call it. So a joint of the shoulders or the hips, it's a nightmare basically. The skinning algorithms that we use usually conventionally on CG softwares, they are sort of Stone Age skinning algorithms. That is my opinion. And yeah, better skinning algorithms will make this so much easier, but we don't have it available apparently, so at least not in Blender. And so there are many methods to try to solve that, but nothing is easy. Even corrective shape keys is like for this. It works. I'm not using it right now for this purpose. It is also very hard to make it neat, right? It's still a lot of hard work, and sometimes we can go crazy because of some bad interactions that can occur. So let's see. Yeah, you know, I was just messing. Yeah, cool, man. So sure, I knew it was a how to say, acidic comment, right? But we never know, so I need to try to explain to, maybe there are other people watching. So anyways, I agree that if I was watching a live stream of Blender, maybe I would be looking for to comment in a similar way. At least would have thought about it. But okay, so here what I needed to do, sorry folks, I lost myself here. I'm just messing around. I was looking, oh yes, I was clearing the center, because the bendy bones, they cannot have that part. So there is an easier way to do that, actually. Let's try to do this. So if I select this whole thing here as a selection, then I go here on wave pane mode, and so I need to pick the bones, only the bendy bones, so so like this one, I select that vertex selection, and then I transform the weight to 0 and Control X, set waves. And so then I need to turn off this, change the bone. This can go that far. Then here you do the same thing. I think it's already set, but Control X just to be sure. So this is not a bendy bone, so I will change the waves here though. I don't think I can do this all at once with multi-paint. Yeah, I don't think... Wait, maybe I can. Alright. I have all this selection. I have wave 0. I'm going to actually subtract. Yeah, it's subtract with weight maximum. Never with control. It doesn't seem to be working. Let's try subtract directly. No, it doesn't seem to be operating. So can we set wave to 0 then? Control X. It actually affected only one bone. Yeah, so probably the bone that was selected. So it doesn't seem to... So at least just 6 bendy bones here. So this should be perhaps the last one. And there go the loop, just to make sure. This is an illusion. It's not, it's 0 waves at the center. Let's go back here and yeah, I think it's done. Another illusion, yes. Alright, so with that done, I should probably protect this every time I wave paint if I'm working on the bendy bones. Maybe I need that more often. Now that what is that? Some later mistake probably. This doesn't look good, right? So I'm just gonna delete that keyframe. Okay, so this is the right 30. So basically the idea of this action bone constraints is for all the pelvis rigging with action bone constraints, it's one action for all the leg bendings, the exaggerated leg bendings that I also, we have one for the adjust, so very regular, and then it goes back. So this is a duplicate of the first T-pose. So here is T-pose, here is T-pose, here is T-pose, here is T-pose. Well, maybe I made some mistakes. So, okay, so there's a front bending, T-pose, back bending, T-pose, side bending, T-pose. I've already solved the front bending with that system. It mostly worked fine, but now I'm struggling to complete the back bending. I was trying to solve that thing. At least the part of the middle seems to be okay. I wasn't able to solve this little thing. I'll resort, let's see the modifier, right? Okay, then we have T-pose, then we have side bending, which is not worked yet, so you see a lot of things to work there, but with this rig it should be easier. T-pose, then we have inner bending, this is possible, of course not with the interpenetration. T-pose, then a diagonal one that I want to see the resulting interaction between this combination of axis for the dive. Yeah, this is complicated to explain, but I want to do that. And then we have the diagonal backwards, right? So it's a side bending plus a back bending, and this is, and then finally the T-pose in the end, that is unrequired. Well, let's keep it there anyways, but for now. So here, okay, we go back to this. I'll try to use this smooth, corrective smooth. Oh, I have an older version here. It even has driver, but what is pelvis mod? I'm not sure if those things are still. Does this exist? Mod vertex group and mod SD. Okay. Let's check. So this, if they exist, they are be at the end. No, they don't exist. That's why it goes crazy. So I'll keep. Let's see if they have a driver. That means it will only activate the modifier at a certain leg rotation. So it's not so much about the z-axis, it's more about the x-axis. Yeah, so something like that. So let's delete this one. Yeah, we don't need that. So correct is not spell this. So back. Okay, back left, whatever. I'm not sure this is accurate. Let's see how this driver works. Okay, so it's 0 in the front and here it's maximized. Okay, so the seems to be working. On the side bending it doesn't affect, but on a side back bending it should work. Yeah, Alright, so this is, the driver is working as expected, so this is not a big deal. It doesn't have a proper vertex group. This data I keep like that. Repeat this, I'll start with 0. Scale, I'll start with that, and simple. Yeah, so I just need a vertex group, otherwise, oh, repeat 1. Yeah, at least 1, so it will start with 5, right? But let's start with 1. So this affects all the mesh, but we don't want it. We just want to affect some parts of the mesh which are very complicated. And so could be, so this is not foolproof. This method is it can works, it may not work. Sometimes it works like magic, sometimes it's just useless and time consuming. So I'm not sure which will be the resulting case here. Let's hope that we can also use here. We see that maybe here we can, yeah, cool thing that we can also pose here. So the interesting is that we see how the mesh deforms along with the algorithm, how crazy it gets. So if we could smooth this mesh out, this could be very advantageous. So let's try to smooth this out here too. Of course, we can control the amount of smoothness regarding the selection. So I need to create a vertex group. I'm gonna call that a mod corrective smooth buttocks left. This is actually butt cheek left, to be more precise. So with this in mind, I'll assign this, but let's go on wave paint mode here and try to, yeah, so I'm gonna try to smooth this out. So a lot of smooth out required here. We don't want a completely regular affection on the mesh of the object modifier. So this is a very powerful thing to do, right? Here in the center, it doesn't smooth because it considers that both sides are maximum because of the mirror modifier. So here we'll have to do this like more manually. I don't want this. And then, yes, then we can smooth again like this. So this should be fine. Then here we can probably reduce here. We're not getting, well, it will smooth out eventually, so, but it's good that we can do this on demand. I'm not having a good development here, but we can expand. No? Oh, I need to expand with, wait, why can't, oh, I was using the wrong plus button. It's on the numpad. Alright, so I'm gonna expand this way. Maybe this is better. Yeah, this should be fine. And here I can perhaps smooth out these things. Yeah, maybe this is unrequired, but let's look at this result. So this will be the mesh that will be smoothed out a lot, and by this corrective smooth, let's also sort by name, so it goes back to the where the why do I have automatically generated. What's here? I didn't create that, so was that an automation? And I don't know why I have this. Can I remove that selection? Yes, but I don't know how this was generated like that. So anyways, let's make the way I do this manually. So there's nothing here with the mirror modifier. This should be correct. And then we need to place, okay, let's get it, mod, this one. So this for the left side, I think, yeah, because it relates to the only to the thigh, and it depends on the rotation of the leg, the left leg. So I don't think this can be symmetrized automatically. So let's see, usually I place them after the subdivision. Alright, so it has more power, so it just enabled it. And let's see, it's done the beginning. We need to go to the actions. Let's see how this thing affects the mesh. So currently nothing seems to be affected. Yeah, it's doing some job, but it's weak. But we can augment the repetitions, and we see that it's only when the repetition is very powerful is that we start to have some real smoothing effect. It's crazy. The factor, however, quaternion local space, can we multiply the factor for a value like 1, just get it strong? Maybe it's a bad idea. No, yeah, because of the repeat it's too strong. So yeah, the factor being too strong, the repetitions start to go crazy. No, we don't want that. This starts to be bad, so it doesn't seem to help. So at least here we have this safety. So apparently we can do that. If I put that before the subdivision modifier, it seems to have more effect faster, like 16, 15, than if I, yeah, okay, so let's put the other are before, so maybe that's it. So let's, so after this horrible thing, however, let's see, 5, okay, so after this horrible thing, however, this is where we can probably yeah, there's affection. Oh yeah, hold on, we don't, yeah, we see that the mesh is being very resilient to be pushed apart now. Something weird is happening to the It's like I'm missing deformed bones, but it's not the case, as the mesh has turned into, on the positive side it is smoothed, so maybe I need to find a middle term right now. So technically it's not, it's plausible, we can have this madness, but we must be careful. Yeah, this particular bone, that's crazy, but it works. How much do I need to get this thing? This is of course horrible to have to solve it that way, but if that works, that works. But isn't there another way? What is this? Length waves? Yeah, there's some other options. I'm not sure how they, yeah, usually I use this. I don't like this bind coordinates. It requires some other thing that other operations that I dislike or that I don't know how to use. So here I don't think this, so you see all that work and it's still complicated, right? So this is why oh yeah, it's magically smooth everything, yeah, but then we had problems involving the deforms of the bones, like the bones lose the deform power, and I cannot put this before the armature, right? If I put this before the armature, yeah, and there's a sudden growth there, so this is also a problem relative to the excessive, maybe, and I see it sort of lags my, no, well, maybe slightly, yeah, maybe slightly, but okay, it smooths out, it can work. There's another, I've tested many of them, but like the form smooth Laplacian, but for me they all do the same thing, you know. I don't know how to use them. I don't see any advantage. So this one I found this the most easier to adapt, but at the same time, yeah, not a lot of options, and just the driver and wave painting, and yeah, it needs all that much to start to smooth out in a way that is, but then we have to, yeah, that's a lot. And then it grows just too fast. So what could be here, maybe if I multiply this by, I don't know, 0.7, maybe, yeah, so it doesn't grow that fast, which is it's okay, it doesn't need to reach 1, but at least it will prevent it growing too fast. Let's try 0.8, so we have a little more here, and Okay, so that's, let's say that we have all this stuff, right? And then we need to reposition those bones a lot more in order to, oh wait, maybe, yeah, that's it, the idea. We need to, but just for this pose, right? So does it, is it a smart move, right? Does that work, right? I'd say if we're in a hurry to get good results, yeah, so here that part I could smooth also. I could bring some, yeah, so if I go here, wave pane mode, let's go to the, I think there's a way to the vertex group, yeah, so this one there, so I could for some reason I'm not able to, so yeah, we can use the, yeah, I can pan again. Alright, so we can smooth that and get the proper results there too, and so I don't have to reach a different solution for that, right? So it's sort of worked. It's sort of worked. It's like sometimes it's even hardly feasible. Even with that technique, it just, we can't find. It already occurred to me, it just doesn't work. This time if it failed. But that time, I mean another time, but in this time that I'm working here, it's kind of worked in a feasible way. I think I didn't save the bones, right? So yeah, we could do that, which gives some more possibilities to pose these bones, right? If all the mesh was smoothed like that in a rig, right? Of course, it must respond to certain. Wait, I'm just having a crazy idea here. I know some riggers that use that. They don't even use the modifier, the vertex group. So they apply to all the mesh. What does that mean? It means that what exactly I was saying. If all the mesh was smoothed out in a regular way after the provide we don't destroy the shapes, the basic shapes, we could get smoothness out of the artifacts, like I'm doing here. Provide, of course, we don't lose the original shape. So this is the, and the problem is that the deformed bones become very complicated to handle. Here I see we still have some, maybe I can also here expand the, okay, let's save here. Let's expand this area here, because why not? Let's blur more of this stuff, right? And the problem is currently this modifier is like 65, right? Okay, factor halfway, but it's repeating a lot, so this is sort of dense. It has the power to raise down artifacts, but they usually require some additional techniques to work all together. Otherwise we cannot push the mesh properly. So that's out of critical things, right? So we need to control the mesh in some way, along with the fact that it is being along with the fact that it is being smoothed out. Yeah, so it's very powerful to smooth, but it smooth directly the mesh after the armature modifier with all the skinning algorithm artifacts, but at the same time it cannot do everything. So here we see that if I'm mixing, but I cannot expand this too much. What's happening? Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, just experiment with that. The cool thing is that I'm seeing results in real time, so this is a good way to see but it's hard to do this in this particular mesh. I think something is interfering. The bones are in front, I don't know. And yeah, some shapes here I can so it's not about exactly how strength this is, because there are other factors affecting the strength. So so I didn't want to have to use this, but since in this case it sort of solved the smoothness problem. You see, it's quite good actually. Oh, what I'm doing. This was not the final pose, and it's not even recording. So let's see. It can be reliable on some circumstance. So in this one I think I can keep it, but surely I would like to investigate if I could solve this through better maybe mesh topology, or even maybe adding a few more subdivisions, I don't know. But it looks like that it's a very hard pose, right, to make, because what happened? I'm inside the bone. Alright, I think I'm doing this too much, but that would be the back bending, right? Straight back bending. That took some time and some resources, but it's not every day we're gonna see a rig that can do that. I mean, maybe a professional rig. Really what I would like is an easy solution. I was not successful in finding an easy solution. A feasible solution, yes, to solve this right now, as I'm showing, but okay, but it required many techniques that I had to combine here, and even what I thought was the best wasn't able to solve everything. I still had to rely on some very old techniques. It's just crazy. So and it's still hard. Still hard work, so it's a hard problem, right, in terms of back and forth. And I still hope there is something I don't know, or something that perhaps I'm missing, that is, yeah, since we're here, let's also align this foot on that back bending pose. This might help in giving a straight solution for this front back bending, straight back bending, because the leg is not going inwards nor outwards. Yeah, I'm not 100% satisfied here, very far from that, besides the fact I had to cheat, not yet use the corrective smooth modifier. But also let's make one for the right side. I think this doesn't, yeah, I think it requires to, so yeah, so copy driver and paste driver. We edit driver, only thing we change is that we need to change for the right leg. Yes, yes, and the, of course, here, and that's it. Oh, they are I'm using them after. Why I'm doing that? Okay, so maybe because they required much less. I'm gonna copy this and yeah, it seems to get too fast, so I'm not sure. Let's get it after. And check. No, it's too fast, but that smooth out too fast. This is about the keyframes also. Yeah, so it jumped from 1.1 to 1.1, 0.1 to, yeah, from 0.0 to 0. Nearly 2 to 0.4. It's about keyframing also, but we could slightly improve that. Yeah, this kind of improves. So just make sure we do this for both sides here. Alright, now that the front bending that doesn't rely on the modifier, although the modifier should be still operating, right? Yeah, I made some minor change to the back of the buttocks, but that's fine. Then something huge. Oh yes, it's the speed, because this requires this bone to move a lot. Yeah, so this is a problem, because the velocity of the smoothing out is too fast, and then this bone also has gone to go too far, differently from what it is expected from its. And so you see it start moving up, and this creates a lot of extra volume before it is really required. So this is a big problem, and this might be the reason why I should put this back. So this means that I would not need to have that amount, yeah, let's say 30. But then yeah, so I knew there was problems involved in that. Sure, that would be so right now, does this bone requires to go that far up? Yeah, because this is unfortunate, right? Yeah, still happening. If I could control the curve of the driver, that could be a plausible solution. Let's turn this off for now. Edit. Okay, so let's resume that to 8. Actually, the wrong one, did on the wrong one. No, this is bad. Maybe yeah, so it needs to be faster now. So let's get multiplied by 1, and so yeah, then why does that happen? At maximum is just too strong, so it cannot be 1. Let's try, and then it's about the curve, right? So yeah, 0.9, it's ridiculous. On, of course, this amount of repetition. There's a lot of things to take into account. That means, does this really matter in the end? Okay, so we see we need to activate this. Maybe I just doing this in. Yeah, okay, I should have started with this before. The curve here. Okay, here we can see as the. Okay, so it's from here. See what's happening there, right? So, what is this? Factor, lambda factor. Corrective. Oh, one is the left and the other is the right. So let's lock that. All right. So hello. I don't know Cyrillic. Welcome. So I don't know how to read the name Cron, something about that. Here I'm just trying to use a corrective smooth modifier to help solving this back bending, because it was yeah, but it creates new problems that didn't exist, but it's starting to work. It's not obligatory, but sometimes it fails. I think this time it works doing that. So let's go on the, yeah, where I was at here. Open in driver. Yeah, why is the, why I can't have it on the driver? Oh, I needed to have the selected object. Alright, here. So I'm just editing the curve of the, okay, so this is Y, so this is the, it's confusing because there's no title here for the stuff. I want to just, these are handles, but why this rotates this whole thing? Interpolation, Bezier, yeah, that. No, still not. Maybe I'm from Russia. It's a little difficult for me to understand, but I'm reviewing your good rigs with translation. Oh yes, yes. Oh yes, you've posted something recently. Thanks. I haven't answered yet. I do a lot of experimental rigging. Yeah, there is Google translation also, or transcripts. I hope they are doing well on the videos, that my English might be clear enough. At least I speak not very fast, so maybe it can help. I do a lot of experimental rigging, so like it's not like I'm a professional rigger, but there are many things that often we can make with custom rigs, right? Our own rigs. So it's kind of interesting field, rigging. Lots of possibilities. And yeah, is that snapping something? Yeah, so for some reason I just cannot seem to be, oh, here, here's the handle. Wow, what's happening? This curve is crazy. Okay, so I need to try to move this. Okay, let's ignore whatever is here. Yeah, let's move this. Let's get this close to, yeah, it is snapping. No, it's not snapping. So why? Oh, here, okay. So 0. So I don't want positive stuff. We can see, okay, I'll have to see multiple factors. It's hard to see multiple factors here. Let's get to, and why it has two curves, two splines, I failed to understand. Okay, but that seems fine. Let's move it here, and let's go for the, yeah, we don't need to look at this. Now let's go for the real problem here. As the curve goes too fast. No, the bones go too fast. So this must grow faster in order to suppress the excessive. So this is a good reason not to use this corrective smooth. Yeah, here. So the corrective smooth starts to grow very fast as the X rotation of the thigh goes in this direction. So negative rotation. So X rotation of the thigh bone here. And so it needed to be faster, yeah, so start to grow negatively faster, or yeah, for some reason it grows in this direction. I can do that too, I guess. Then there is some things that go strange there. At some point, maybe it's required to oh, it's reached another curve. It's a little uncomfortable to see bones like this. Yeah. Very uncomfortable, I agree, but I've done this because by adding, look what happens if I don't use the corrective smooth. That was an implementation that wait, I don't have this on and it's smooth. No, okay, so I don't have this on, and of course this positioning of the bones is now exaggerated. They weren't supposed to be like that, so but as I tried to solve the rig with like regular stuff, like just like here, right, they are not in very exaggerated position, see, for the front bending, but then from now you see what's happening here on the mesh. There are some, it's not so much about here, this is expected, but here we have some things that I was not very able to smooth out, whatever I did here. Wave painting, I tried several things and it just failed. So then I've remembered that there is this idea of the corrective smooth that perhaps could be used to smooth exactly something so simple. Oh, smooth this thing, right? And then okay, and you start to smooth out, then you have to create vertex group, then you have to create driver, then you have to, and so and then the timing, which all makes sense, but it's too much work. So, and besides there's this thing that it creates this requirement for the bones to, because then the deform, the corrective smooth will affect the mesh and it will cause that. And if it's too low, well, it's like it doesn't smooth enough. So in order to smooth more, and this will work nearly as if we had to counter this smoothness with more yeah, so that's why these bones had to do that. And this is so in order to, so this is not, maybe there's something I'm missing about this technique, but in some sense I dislike it, because it's like I have to create more problems in order to solve the original problem. So maybe it's really just yeah, so it's part of the experimental rigging, right, stuff, right? So what I'm gonna do, I think you're right, this is not, this is too odd and it's creating too much problems. So I'm gonna make a new, so retaking, so, and I'm going to save the other one, just change its name to backup. corrective smooth. Okay. No, not save, just change the name. And so here I'm on the S version after R in the alphabet order. So I'm not gonna delete them, but I've gonna neutralize them. So maybe there is another solution for that. Yeah, it could be just that the bone here, the spline that I have is not is not good. It's not in a good, although it is supposed to cross all this mesh and smooth this out, but it's not doing enough. Let's check the wave painting for it on a rest position. So rest position, I've changed that in the, I've made a shortcut here, a sign shortcut for this. Okay, sorry, let's see. I also suffer with my try not to capture this area when shooting. I try not to capture, oh yes, I see. Especially with doing this kind of bending, right? I'm glad that I got on your channel now. Now there is something to learn. Yeah, there is. Thanks. There are many other ideas that try to solve this kind of thing. For example, but for the buttocks leverage, it's true that it's very. So there's a tutorial you find that use for side bending, which I have. Okay, let's go back here. A technique that is good for side bending, which I have it partially here. Actually, I have it here. I reproduced it here. It's on YouTube, but it's not. It doesn't solve of it on its own the back bending. The back bending requires buttocks leverage system, which is why it's something regarding this bone. It could be a simple bone like I had right before, but I deleted them. I transformed them into these splines, but they could totally be separated bones. Simple bones like that. And then you turn that into a deformed bone, then you wave paint the buttocks, right? Whatever. Then you create perhaps some simple system, right? Driver, could be, yeah, some guy, an older tutorial that I don't even think it still exists. But some ideas I got from the, yeah, drivers you can use copy rotation, but then transformation bone constraint, which I use a lot, it's good because it works like a driver. And so as the thigh rotates, this goes up or goes, and you can control the leverage of the buttocks. So it's just like what this bone, bendy bone, is doing, like here. But if I get both, yeah, it's like this, right? But it's not perfect, right? Because this mesh gets tons of interaction here. There's this, and now on my rig I have this, the fanny bones, right? Which all these bones, they are rotating with this one. They are parented, right? So, and this bone is a very old technique, fan bones method. It derotates according to the type. So this kind of helps a lot to solving the artifact, especially for the front bending. But the rotation of the type bone intrinsically through the algorithm won't be enough to solve this leverage here. So this is why this is a mechanism that needs to be created for the buttocks mesh, independently of the artifacts, of solving or not the artifacts generated by bone rotation. So even this won't solve the derotation, right? Won't solve the buttocks, because the buttocks is a different thing, right? Is a mesh organic stuff that needs a different mechanism than just thigh rotation. All right, so then if I just insert the bones and tie them into the pelvis, if you just insert the bones and tie them to the pelvis, they will have to be corrected constantly, but perhaps there will also be some, there will also be some terrible results if you just insert the bones. Sorry, try to understand here. If you just insert the bones and tie them to the pelvis, and then this hurt is on the way. Yes, that's it. The idea here is that, if I understand, this is a derotator bone. So basically, it will derotate this mass. So if I turn this off, let's turn this off. Let's turn these derotators. These are deformed bones of the fan bones method. If I turn their deform property off, this will happen. So the functionality, so this large, huge volume loss is countered by the fact of this bone derotation. You see, there's an angle here. It's not too much, but this means a lot for solving the artifact. And so this wave, yes, this bone is a mechanism bone, so it's not like this. So it's a non-deformed bone here, and it has wave paint, but the wave paint is not currently. I could enable that. It doesn't change much, because then what happens that this bone is just competing with the fanny bones here, the smaller ones. So they are more versatile because each of them will cover one area. But in the end, the combination of them, I select the 4, I turn on multi-paint. The combination of them, ignore the right side, I think they got some problem with the symmetry. So combined, they go all over the upper thigh and the joint region. Meaning that it's sort of equivalent to what this bone, if it was the main fan bone here, in the beginning I was just using this one and trying to create these bones as something like this that do not rotate. Yeah, they are moving now because I've posed in that, but they don't rotate with the type, you see? While this is derotating along with that. So these are akin to the spine, which is static, and these are akin to the main fan bone, which is not a deformed bone. It doesn't need to be, because these are taking that functionality from it, the deformed property, and then they can transform the whole mesh in parts, right? And then they do something very special. It is the, I call them profile bendy bone splines. It's lagging behind because of blended waves. And if the fan bone here was turned on, it will compete. Maybe it smooths out the lag, right? But it will delay even more the effect of this. Actually, you see the mesh is stronger now with this off, but as I turn on, the mesh is like it got delayed, right? It delays even more. Turn off, the mesh follows better the bendy bones, right? I'm saving wrong stuff, so let's turn this off, and let's reset this and delete that keyframe. Alright, and so the idea is that this stuff that corrects the thigh locally, right, they can totally rotate with the thigh, but not exactly with the thigh, with the derotator of the upper thigh. So it's like this wave painting of the thigh, whole thigh, right, and some parts there, which blends weight with the lower spine, and then this fan bone, major fan bone, actually these four bones there, right, but more or less this wave paint, this one, will derotate and solve the upper thigh problems. So did I pause that accidentally? Yeah, maybe. So let's turn this off. Okay, sorry, just some basic stuff about this rig. I think it's important to mention. You explained it well. It's clear to me. I'll try until tomorrow. I have to go to work. Yes, good luck on that. Yes, it's there are some reference, I think. Yes, I've referenced, if you understood well, that's fine, but you can find some reference here. Let's me sort of Blender artist forum, where it is the it's a topic in the rigging and animation. There's not enough information about the advanced, but here there's, I tried to explain this in words also. Here, best way to, so I've put lots of, I put a live where I explained that a little, and there are some ideas here. Like here you can download a video about the basic fan bone, and there are other references here. So let's copy here. Yeah, can there are a lot of this thread is crazy. There are a lot of crazy good ideas here that I still have to try out. Some very cool explanations also, other ideas for this stuff, right? And yeah, so but they all are talking mostly about simple joints here, while my focus is the complex joint. So it's like the hardest in terms of the joints is some of the hardest things. Maybe not the hardest thing in organic rigging, but mount rigging can be very complicated also, in my experience. Alright, so let's try to go back here and see. Okay, so my next attempt to, did I lost a, yes, I lost something. Okay, I'll have to, I hope I got this back up. Yes, I did. So probably I deleted the keyframes, which will be very bad because lots of work there. So probably what could be good here would be really for me to try to reassess this mesh topology, right? And I won't do it right here because I wasn't expecting to do that. But it could be a game changer for this smoothness. I really feel like that it is partially highly responsible for what's happening to this slight lack of smoothness that is I'm not satisfied with. So yeah, this is too squared, right? So this is not good. Definitively there are better mesh topo. I know better, but I need to work on that in order to get that thing well enough. So for now, just doing this won't, maybe it can improve, but this is too bizarre, too blocky. I thought that, oh, but I have a face loop here. Yeah, but that's face loop, it's horrible. So it's not working as it should. And I just don't understand what maybe too large faces, right? Also for a mesh that is deforming a lot, right? So maybe could be well, adding an additional subdivision can be too bad, right? Yeah, but it added some, what did that do? I saw it did something to the lower leg. What is this craziness, folks? Okay, it's something strange, but maybe this is positive. It's like my mesh is corrupt. No, I think this is a texture thing, UV stuff. Yeah, maybe some UV crazy madness. Let's try this. Maybe this is not a bad idea. And also, why not? Let's change some stuff here, since. So this does not mean real mesh topology change, but certainly change to the geometry. Maybe this can be good enough. So, but it doesn't mean that I wouldn't like to improve the puzzle of the mesh topology, right? So I think I can find something better. Eventually I did much better than that. It's just that I ended up with this particular solution, and until now I'm thinking that this is being responsible for some issues on the advanced complicated rig that I'm trying to make it as smooth as possible. So this let's try to smooth this out also. Yeah, why not? Smooth here. This we can probably smooth out. Good. And there's some strange shapes here. Maybe this could be, at this point, proportional editing could be handy. Yeah, this could be positive. And yeah, the back of the torso also is something. The spine, the middle is usually, there's some thing that we can do in this direction. Alright, and let's try to push this back, then slightly rotate that inwards. Yeah, something like that. Good. Let's try to push this inside, and here, why not? This is too strong. Smooth this out. It's not clear what all that caused. Maybe it's about now the, yeah, so it sort of made it worse, but it could be because now I have different poses to do in order to solve these subdivisions. Maybe the wave paint got messed. Maybe the problem becomes clearer now. There is this possibility as well. So yeah, so it might be a mesh topology thing in a great deal, but no, this is, so there is a tendency that the mesh gets curved into this face loop here. It's a strange behavior. Double, yeah, of course, it's certainly something about the wave painting, but I've checked it out, unless there are rogue waves there. Yeah, there could be rogue waves. Oh, look at that. What if I augment the waves here? Maybe this can help. The idea that those things doesn't seem to be very symmetrizable correctly. There could be rogue waves from the opposite side. Let's try to check if there is on the opposite side. Yeah, let's see what's happening there, because I believe there's something wrong about the symmetrization, and this can affect, there could be even rogue waves from the opposite side on mirror modifier. Sometimes it's a strange behavior. So let's see. Okay, so I have this. Are these, let's check these waves. This doesn't have waves. No, it has. Okay, that's correct. And this has. Okay, so they are. They seem to be. Okay, sure, I have this thing turned on. No? Okay, so I need not to be on the animation. Bone constraints, maybe? Okay, they seem to be correct. Nothing wrong here. Then they are correct, but what about this? Oh, I see I have some. These are probably in the wrong spot. Leverage def buttocks, leverage belly. So what's wrong with these names? Why do they appear on both? If this is not right, so Alt M, Shift M, take off from new profile, leverage. Now they're not stacking bones there, so I don't know, there's something strange there about this on both sides, this on both sides. Okay, so this is correct. Forgot to check the wave paint. So here it's done, it's done, it's done, it's done. Yeah, they are all correct. All right, and then for the modifiers, yeah, turned off, turned off. That's all right. So don't know, but we can go back now, and here go back to the pose, and okay, now we see that we need to have this leverage here. Let's just move this to Shift M, include them in Pelvis rig, and that's it. So this is all I need. Now I save, and trying to smooth this out for as always, and failing for some very interesting that suddenly a wrong rotation, that a radical rotation will actually cause this to be solved for no reason. and despite the efforts, it is still there. So this is why I really tried hard with the corrective smooth modifier, but it is just too complicated to get it to work properly. So yeah, from the top we also see there's some issues, and oh, it looks like we got some offsetting here. Or it is just, no, this is, okay, just accidentally moved, that's fine. The bendy bone, they shouldn't move themselves. So it's just a minor thing, but that is very, very tricky. You see, the worst thing is not even that, is that, and that part here we sort of solved mostly. It's still present, but a little is natural even for a bending. Yeah, see. Of course, if it looks unnatural, it's not good, but usually there is something like that, some cleavage. Let's say it's not cleavage, like this bending mass accumulation that collides. It's a crease, it's natural, that occurs on a, but then there is this part that it's just okay. So there was the hypothesis of rogue waves. The problem is, okay, no, this is not the problem. So I know it's about here. Let's check our item, vertex wave. So there's the torso, it's fine. There's the fanny, yes, fanny, all the four, fanny for the left. Okay, so don't see any wrong development for the other side. Leverage buttocks, leverage hips, therefore no. All here is expected, so there's nothing something new here. Leverage belly, but it's 0. Deformation crotch, very there's a possibility that the crotch could be affecting. I haven't checked. Let's see, maybe there's some excessive waves. No, there couldn't be, but and it's not even moving any much, so it shouldn't be responsible for anything like that. So no, it makes no sense. So no, I don't see rogue waves. It's an artifact thing, right? So something about, it's probably here. Yeah, it's here. Is the thigh. I should have thought that before. Because you see, all this goes to this joint. And you can smooth this out. This will help already. But then the other one, instead of going so far as, I don't know, it stops there in the middle of the butt cheek, and this is not good. So yeah, smoothing out this should help, and we could improve this. The thigh is not a bendy bone, so we can, yeah, but we must be careful. Yeah, this is why I was trying to avoid it to go in some areas because it starts to become strange what it does. So on some areas, so yeah, here, so for example, it's doing strangely. And so it started to become, yeah, so this is a question that I could never fully answer until where should it go, right? See what it's doing here is not, is might look good in the principle, but then, and here it starts to get really odd how to handle that, because if I go up I have this problem. So I start to rotate the rotate the inside, right? The legs start to push the smash inside the body, and this is very bad, right? So this is why this shouldn't be, if there's any waves here, they shouldn't be, they should be avoided unless we have more means to counter that. And the only way to counter that, if I had these waves, but they are very weak here, but that could be an idea. So yeah, so you see what's happening. Now I start to understand. The type waves, they don't go past this, while and they were stopping about here, exactly where the problems was. And as for the so where is the interface of the, I cannot have this go red right there to the whole, but that wouldn't make sense, right? So I need to know the right limit of this. And then the problem is that, for example here, right, start to have this craziness thing happening, and so must be extra careful. Maybe I should avoid the middle. Maybe just as if it were okay, let's go for the side bending, because it's the middle, right? So don't reach the middle, right? This could be smart. Let's try something here. Is this, no, this doesn't look good. Maybe this is acceptable. But it's dangerous. Yeah, this is what I'm doing is dangerous. We can check right now if this doesn't create, it's not creating some madness there in the front. No, it seems doing fine. Yeah. So, and then the other problem, we see it's not fixed yet, but now I think I know why. Because the type is something, okay, that, okay, we haven't fixed that yet. So I forgot. So you see, wherever it is not smoothed out, it will, wherever it starts to radically blend out, to lose waves rapidly, it will start to create this anomaly. And even, but this is not only about the type, it's because there are other bones that interact exactly in this region that were supposed to derotate the type, but you see they are actually not going that far. So I need to expand this, even though this is looking crazy. It needs to sort of copy the same amount of waves of the type. This is why this could have started with I have clones of this same vertex group, whatever it starts, and from this I start taking waves from each one of them until they become something like this, but from an origin, so a subtractive method of wave painting. And of course it will be hard to be exact with what we want, but at least the problem now is that I don't have this reference here. I need to do this, recreate this sort of manually and visually, and it's not very accurate, but this is what is causing the so if I try to re-wave these things, then I probably can solve this. I wasn't thinking correctly enough. I was more into the bones themselves. I considered, of course, the possibility of wave paint, but I was thinking, oh, it's the deformed bones there. No, it's exactly, it was the type in relation to the spine, and then furthermore this the corrective bones themselves that derotate. The most important technique for corrective of the artifacts, they were very wrong in that particular region, I mean. So here we need to expand this probably, because the type has expanded, so we need to, and as I expand this upward, also the type probably wouldn't be so bad in these regions, because the type rotation will suffer derotation. Then some struggle here. So yeah, let's protect the middle. This is absolutely fundamental here, though. I'm gonna get here for the wave painting, and I'm gonna select this, Shift K0 on a brush, no, Control X, no, 0, Control X, there we go. Then I invert that, change to this, and okay, now we won't wave paint the middle of the spine anymore. That should be better. And we can, yeah, so I'm making clear this idea now. The type can get into the butt cheeks. It can get anywhere. It's not anywhere, but it can get past some critical region thanks to the fact of the derotators. And this means that these bones should be also derotators of this. So whatever is the, so we just cannot overdo, right? But that, so an idea would be, if I could, let's fix that. It's like this is displaced. Yeah, here. So I don't know what's going on. Whatever, if there are bendy bones here, they should be, no, we don't want this to be keyframed. because they aren't directly posed. Well, the type is not, so maybe this was a mistake. Let's see, depth leverage buttocks, depth leverage crotch, depth leverage buttocks, depth leverage. Let's see. In principle, this shouldn't be, nor these are useless. I'm not posing them manually. Fan depth type, okay. This also is not required, nor that. Torso, no. Control fan, yes, those, yes. This one, yes. So front, back, in, out. Okay, this is clear. No, out and in. Then leverage buttocks, yes. Belly, hips, okay, this is fine. And control knee, control pole knee, what is this? Oh yeah, so okay, no, this is the pole target, yeah, it's a pulsable bone, alright. So by deleting these channels, if I pose this, does this create bendy bone? No, it doesn't. Okay, so there's some mistakes there. About keyframing. So we're solving this thing. So it was wave painting madness. That was, again, this concept is very, I'm just starting to get over that. So you see this, so what my idea would be to include, so let's try to, how can I select this? Okay, I know how. So this is a little bizarre thing to do, but it's interesting. If I go here and select, I have a whole, yeah, it's bigger than it looks, and so this seems probably to be incorrect. It sort of has an expansion that I cannot explain, but if I use this as a mask, yeah, so let's change this mask here to something that we can use. Yeah, this is a bit hard. I cannot control the, yeah, this is a bit hard to control. Okay, I need to change before the selection. Yeah, this is bugging. To use this sometimes, but okay, we are in the way. Let's try to, okay, this, and there's no control. Yeah, there is controls, but it's hard. So I just want to include, no, okay, let's use with this then. Let's exclude these ones. No, it's wrong. Yeah, it's taking, let's do one by one. Now I'm wave painting. I don't want to. Okay, no, this is too hard. Something bizarre about that. So let's do this like this. And alright. Of course, I don't see the wave paint here, but we can do this, sort of get some closer idea here. Let's assume that it will include until this and here, yeah. No, not the middle vertices. And because this seems to be so important, we'll call this the region of the let's select all that. We'll call this a vertex group for the funny bones. And that would save a lot of time. So let's add a vertex group here, folks. This I don't know how that happens, so let's just horizontal split. Okay, let's join area. Yeah, join. It's like this, join area. Okay. Then here plus, so that will be whatever funny bones assign, sort by name, so it's at the top exactly. Then with this mask I will attempt to have an easier time. This mask, of course, this is the vertex group of the mask, of the paint mask I've just made, but actually we should not confuse it with the... Okay, so here's the type, let's compare. Yeah, it's approximate, it doesn't... I can change this. The mask is still there, okay. I've changed the mask, I didn't save the changes, but it's okay. I can assess this later. So here, yeah. So with this mask, this will give me a visual in understanding of the extent to which I should, of course, it's not direct, it's not absolute, but yeah, just work like a memory game here. We need to expand these waves slightly. Remember, we have the mask, so we can do this. Yeah, we can do this, perhaps we should even. So these are derotator bones, so they are meant to correct the whatever crazy rotations the type does. These will be derotators. So we can, yeah. The problem if they blend waves too much between themselves is that each one of these funny bones, the control handler, they will have through their bendy bone, which is their deformed bone, will have less impact while posing. They'll delay more, which is okay, but it's not... We could do better, so I'm trying to avoid too much. So you see what's happening here, although we don't see that too much. We need to what is the... Control X, if spin Shift X, yeah, cannot confuse. Shift X here, Shift X. Oh, I'm on mix. No, I just picked the wrong one. Alright. So yeah, more waves here, but do not, yeah, shouldn't exaggerate. And with that expansion, yes, we can, blurring would, expanding this can also help smoothing out. So thanks to this thinking and research, this investigation and all this time spent, I was able to find the culprit of the bad deforms that were going there. I mean, it's still happening some, but we haven't finished our developments here. So, but yeah, so it was that the fanny bones were still holding wave paints that were made on a previous mindset that I had about them, so they weren't good enough for regarding the updates that I've made to the type, and even before actually. So it's a conceptual problem I was having about how this wave paint should be handled. Okay, so now let's see. This seems to be, yeah, so I think I was working on this one. Maybe this, yeah, this one seems to require some adjustment. No, I think this one I was working on already. It's just that it doesn't look very smooth here. Let's try to solve that. I'd prefer to have more strain here, but it's not necessarily bad. But if it was not working well enough, right? So if it still works well in this way, yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me if it's not strong. So it's just that I need a better blurring for all that, right? So if the area is bigger, red is bigger, then it will be easier to blur this in a more, with remaining very strong waves, but alright, let's say that could work. And yeah, the best thing to do, of course, always test out. So yeah, that seems to be fine. Let's check this one. This one probably requires a lot of work. So here probably I'm inclined to expand this. Sometimes it's hard to and then yeah, blurring. Not sure if this is a good idea. If it seems to smooth out, then that's fine. Otherwise, might better avoid. because all these bones are derotators, similarly they all hold the basic derotator function of the fan bone here. So this is why if they blend waves between themselves, it is still safe. The only thing, if the blended waves are very low, of course, the influence of one over the other. However, yeah, if we move a bone too much, which is not intended, it shouldn't be, then of course it will end up affecting a lot the other one. So, but this is not something that should be expected all the time, at least for the corrective posing. So the idea is that it should be safe to have more. So here we see there's some problem. Maybe these waves are a bit too strong here, but it's not caused by this one. Maybe very slightly by this one. It's probably other bones that are doing that. So this I can smooth out later with something. Investigate that particular mesh. It's probably the Botox leverage that is. Okay, so smoothing out here. And here maybe I could expand. Yeah, this seems okay. What if I expand here? Yeah, it's already the last one before the center, so this is not good. I probably need to reduce these ones, yeah. And there seems to be some mistake, however. Let's fix this. And so now when I blur this, the edge, it shouldn't be that problematic. So just to make sure, we will no, I can't do that. This is not the same selection. Let's see a side bending. No, the middle verts aren't taken by waves. So okay, this seems correct. What's happening is that this yeah, there's one less vertex there. These ones, yeah. What's happening is that these ones need blurring. They seem to have too much waves as the last ones. Yeah, this doesn't change much, right? Then these ones, we can just, we'll take a little more waves from them, and that seems to be fine. All right. Then finally, I think this one, no, we already addressed this one. What about here? I think I've lost the area, no problem, we saved it here. The mask, right, for the... So let's, yeah, I think here requires some blurring. Maybe I did this already. Yeah, so then the only last one, because it looks very invasive there, so looks like I have addressed that one. So last one will be this one, and seems that I did that too. So the thigh and the inner here. Yeah, we could have some expansion. Maybe it's slow here actually. Maybe it could be more. And then we blur. This part we can solve with some crotch, but actually crotch bone. But we haven't even started the side bending, so this might be okay to be looking weird like that right now. So this is not a problem, not a concern right now. It could be just that we need to, because yeah, we have a crotch bone, we can make many things, but we also have this bone, so we can do a lot with all that we have here and attempt to find a proper solution. So right now we need to, after addressing these wave painting things, it is likely that things have changed on all the parts, but the first one doesn't seem to have been drastically affected. It's still working, but maybe it even improved in some areas. Maybe it might be easier to pose stuff. Yeah, maybe it's better. We need to address that. But I'm not waste time here right now. Just a basic assessment. Seems to be good enough, so no critical problems. And here the idea was to smooth out all these things, and this seems that it was successful. Oh, there's this part of which is very annoying to see, that area beginning of the torso, this bite. Yeah, it's something that I wanted to address. So just check here. Yeah, so finally this is working nearly seamlessly without all the madness that we were facing right before, or very reduced amount of madness. So this is getting quite accurate, except for that small bulging here, which could be considered natural, but it was unexpected thing. Yeah, so it's probably just some bad waves. Need to smooth out this area more. Maybe some bone like this one has too much waves on this area, or too little, and so it's pushing inside the... Oh, if I press Ctrl, what it does, I don't know. Strange. I didn't know. This must be a Blender 4 thing. No, by the way, now I have this bone, I can blur more, because it behaves just like the spine that is static. Just like all these, they are static. They are not derotating or rotating like the fan bones or the thigh bone. yes, these rotates, but they are static as a whole. And so yeah, so we can, yeah, I need these to at least avoid painting in the okay, yeah, it's still not solved. It's not okay. The thigh, I see the thigh. Okay, so it's something about the thigh, so let's try to, maybe that was an exaggeration. So this is why we need to be a bit careful, right, about the extent of this. Otherwise, so it was the thigh, too much waves on this extremity. So if we invert, yeah, we could take off all these waves here, but it's not necessary. It wouldn't really improve. Maybe it's even dangerous, but pushing the waves a bit further away, is it? Maybe it's not bad. Yeah, but then perhaps I'd like to clear this out, making something more face loop stuff, right? Yeah, and then, yeah, being very careful now. Just gonna try to blur these things out. Yeah, okay. This is functional. This is working. It's very slight thing there. Hard to solve. Maybe there's something else. Eventually I'll find out. Probably it can be addressed with posing. If I take too much waves from the type on that position, it might be dangerous, so it's like shouldn't be messing too much with that. And yeah, so let's consider this back bending solved or nearly solved. You can always get some very fine refinements until nearly no artifact or absolutely no artifact is visualizable, is visible. And that's at least satisfying that yes, this system works, and I didn't have to use the smooth stuff and become crazy with all of this. But still, what about the volume of the type? Yeah, the type seems to be gaining some ways, but maybe some volume, so we can just improve this major visual effect, or not only effect but this problem, maybe by just reposing some bones which are least problematic for oh, I'm even posing wrongly. Let's solve that here. I can also pick them all together, and actually this is, let's try something here. Color, if I move all up, that could be an interesting way to work, but this could be a good reason why this should have a different bone color, so I can do this more often on this particular setup. So let's let's hide this. Just no, I don't need to hide that. Just go to the fan profile, okay, and we're going to yeah, pick these. It's not, no, it's the leverage. And again, I'm having problem with the targets. Okay, this is a mess. Why these appear now on the left side? Let's go. Oh, there are channels. I see. On the timeline, there were, the channels don't appear when the bone layer, bone collection is not visible. As soon as I yeah, so there are things that were keyframed here inconsequently. No, just one here. Let's delete this channel. Okay, here too we don't want this one, so that's why these bones are appearing randomly on strange pose, and still they are. But maybe this is because something else. So here also no, we don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, but the bones are still looking weird. But still, this deleting doesn't seem to solve the problem. Oh, here we go. So yeah, it's like that. This is not animated, so maybe they were already on pose mode, they were not reset, so that's why they stacked it. And they were not even saved as keyframe, but they were not reset, so here I can reset everything, but it's on the original. It's not saving anyways. So here, same thing, these are wrongly posed. Let's reset. Symmetrize these ones. Yeah, maybe they weren't symmetrized. Okay, then they are just mappers. Maybe I should make more of them. Okay, let's move this to profile belly bones. Okay, they seem reset. Then we have this seems reset. Okay. Then we have new leverage. No, my mouse is big bendy bone splice. Okay, this we're gonna address later. It's not necessary for this rig, but it can help. This is part of experimenting. Then, okay, so back here we solved something that were affecting the other mesh randomly. And so where was I don't remember. So okay, there's the crotch region that still might require some assessment. The bone constraint it got from a tutorial. So there are two versions. It's just a difference. Yeah, there's a target difference, and there is also the amount of waves distance. So the problem here is that I don't have, if this automation, I cannot pose this, well, I can pose this manually, so I think it stacks with whatever there is here. So let's delete this first one. So it's not, it was just a test. And here are older systems that I was trying to do, but they are too complicated. And oh, but now I have these bones, so maybe, anyways, yeah, so all this, the only thing that could be good is the copy transforms, but they were targeting the type. So let's try that for proportional posing. But now instead of the type I have these bones. So this means that if I go here, change the target, so this makes a huge difference in the way this bone will respond, because the type would be, okay, so it needs to address also the type is the tail of the type, which is moving, right? So and here it's on replace, but we're gonna before original. And so what's happening here? Let's compare now. So it's moving up for some reason. Oh, I also found that it has a difference, which is very bizarre. Yeah, this thing. So I wasn't familiar with this particular okay, so why it goes up like that? Oh, because of course I have two bones, so actually that's it. I don't have a copy transforms. So let's see, left and right. Of course, it's meant to be a small amount, right? So something like that. We see that it doesn't move sometimes. Of course, we don't have the animation for that. What we could have, however, we could use this, which is a so yeah, so this makes huge movement. It's proportional editing, but what bugs me in this thing is that I didn't know about this exchange here that seems to change the, maybe it has to do with the sequence here, so something I wasn't aware. The idea is that this thing shouldn't make any change. Whether is the which one comes first or later. So apparently this split before original split channel. So maybe this is the way to go. And of course this bone is a bit too long, so it's not optimal for that. While so this means that, okay, but I could have, instead of the tail somewhere like 0.2, it will give the same orientation mostly, and then we can augment the influence. So it's not, of course, these ones, the bone, yeah, the bone is moving, so it produces effect, but it's too strong and it's not what we want. So 0.1. So it's an automation that let's see, I was willing to test now. Okay, the split channel seems to solve this, but then with oh, there's another thing I forgot. Of course, this bone can be parented now, because let's see here, because it's not using the other bone constraint. Okay, so this kinda works, and now inversion doesn't cause problem. However, we can use the armature bone constraint, which is a single one, but provided we can pose the bone, it may be, but then we cannot parent it. This is what annoys me. But it will respond to rotations, I think, just a child of bone constraints. So it sort of responds better, although maybe at this point deaf hips. Yeah, so at this point this should not answer to this bone, but to the some tail of this one, which is, yeah, which we cannot point out the tail here, so this is a bit problematic, but it's more accurate, because before yeah, this bone has its own motion and it's not moving on all because it didn't. So we need something more direct here. So this will be more accurate, but the rotation are too strong, so we need to reduce this, otherwise we'll have this. So 0.2, 0.2, let's try this. Yeah, of course these other rotations doesn't matter, just checking the motion of the bone. This seems to be enough for an automation, and of course we can readdress the waves, and we can also pose it. So we could have action bone constraint too on top of all that. So this we don't need, it says experimental. All this we could keep for curiosity. So if I find some future issue with that, but this is it's cool because it's simpler to manage, but it's a bit limited, I think. But it gives instantaneous results for proportional posing, provide we are okay with leaving behind the parenting, which I hate. I hate bones that aren't parented in the rig. It's like just personal thing. So folks, here we have this because it's simpler and it sounds to work better, even though that we cannot pick the position of the bone, right? And so our next, I'm still not dealing with the crotch bone. This will be a more like retouch, because in general it is working along with the automation there, but we could probably improve there. And if I did some wave painting also, it should be a good revision. So after this is solved, finally we can go for the side bending, but at this point I've worked too long enough here. So we made big progress here, folks, because I was able to figure out one of the critical problems which helped me conceive better this whole setup idea. So it's like onions that we start skinning. There are many layers of skin, and I need to relearn some concepts, right, by doing this. And maybe this is happening because I've been trying to solve these artifacts for too long already, more than 1 year, at least 1 year and a half, maybe about 2 years. And then of course I've made conceptions that were sometimes accurate, sometimes wrong, and now that I need to work with all that, I need to like rebuild, reconstruct, deconstruct some of my understanding about organic rigging and how to solve artifacts properly. So folks, thanks for watching. This was a very long live, but very productive. And I will be back tomorrow, I hope, for more of this stuff. We'll continue, and then I want to, with this build, new built knowledge, I want to solve this fast, the side bending. Then the inner bending should be more or less easy because there's not too much things to solve here. Then perhaps, if possible, I'll try to address this other monster, which I don't have a solution yet. I hope that what I'm doing here would work, but there is a great chance it won't, because here we have an X and Z axis of rotation combined, same as here. So this diagonal is a hard problem of rigging, and also affects shape keys. I'm just gonna explain quickly what it is about. Is that when we are doing straight front, straight back, straight sides, it's simply because it's just one axis of rotation in principle to manage in terms of the corrective method that we are using in terms of automation. So the approach I'm doing in this rig is not with transformation bone constraints. I have a tutorial on that matter. It would be an input oriented automation solution for corrective stuff, right? But the input based also they're sort of hybrid stuff, like shape keys is also sort of hybrid, I think. But there's an output oriented or output based, which in my opinion would be with the action bone constraints, could be with where it is, where's the add-on, the RBS. Did I lost the add-on? Why it's not here? Okay, so something strange that my nodes disappeared. RBF nodes. Maybe it's saved by project. Okay, just it's free. Can collaborate with the author. It's very interesting, but it lags on my computer. So this would be with drivers. It creates drivers automagically, but the problem is that, yeah, the lag thing that okay, so here it creates an editor, RBF nodes editor, and then we can create nodes. It's not very complicated to create the nodes, and then we can set, just as an action bone an action like I'm doing here, we can set that but it goes beyond that. It's a different thing. It tells Blender, if you create this pose and you tell Blender with the nodes, what is this about? Oh, this is about the rotation of this, or the position of this bone, whatever creates this. Then from this pose that we record, we save the pose, then we tell what will happen, and Blender will, well, it will affect. So we have the original pose, we have many poses, and then from one pose to another, maybe this bone moves from here to here, just as this one moved from. So it's sort of output based, output oriented automation is the best. It much more easier than what I'm doing here, maybe. No, it's different, but for my computer, which is not the best, it lags, drivers lag in Blender, and drivers made with the add-on which calculates everything, maybe they are heavier than usual driver. Yeah, probably they are heavier, and drivers are already heavier than bone constraints. I have reports from riggers that use drivers a lot, just heavy rig, heavier than it needed. And then, okay, but then I'm talking too much, sorry. So the output, just to conclude, the output, it will help in terms of this diagonal thing, for example, because here, when I will combine, because to reach this action, this pose, I will have to have for these bones combine the action of the X rotation of the thigh. Although there are other methods, but I just cannot understand them. Maybe I need to research on something or ask some questions out there. I need perhaps, if I use this method here, two actions. One for the x-axis of the thigh bone, which is the front back bending, and then also the z-axis, which is the sides. And then here is the diagonal, so it's the combination of both. So that means I would need two action bone constraints here for a single, and what, don't they collide? And so this is questions. Will they do the forms that I want? Won't this affect the other conditions? Because then, oh, maybe not, but maybe, yeah. So there's risks involved in, of course I can just disable it, but so this is a hard problem, so I don't know how this will be handled, but I want to, this is the first time that will address this problem, and so that's that issue, and so this we'll see. The idea if that is to have the perfect conditions here, just as we told the action, even if you have to use two action bone constraints for a single pose. At the same time, I don't want this to affect what I've already worked there. But there probably would be some interaction, so it's hard to figure out. The problem is that there is no axis, double axis thing. So it's a sort of dumb thing. There should be some workaround, but it's very bizarre thing. Something about this excessive analytical thing of rigging in Blender or in other CG software, I guess. Ideally, you would like to have a diagonal axis. Okay, folks, that's enough for now. Thanks for watching, thanks for your patience, and see you next time. Happy blending, take care, see ya, folks. I'm gonna save a backup, ST, there we go.